Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Well, we're going to try and do some more stuff here from Archvillain. I don't know if we get to both of these guys. We'll start with this one right here, Armored Wolf. Check these guys out. They're kind of big for chameleon skinks, aren't they? Because they're about twice the size. They're actually about almost Croxigore sized, but yeah, they're on 50 mil bases. They're pretty big for skinks, but well, they've got blow darts. This one's got some kind of a, oh, I don't know what that is, but we'll maybe try and do some wild color schemes on these because reasons. So this figure right here, I'll have to put a base on this. This is the one I've got to stream on the 30th. Yeah, on the 30th. So it's, I think, was that Monday or Friday or something like that. Yeah. Oh, now I've got the, we got the foliage on here. That worked out. Oh man, let me see if I can find this for you here. Is this the one? I hope this is the right one. Ah, look at this. So this is one of your tall plants right here. I was just putting that on there. Let me stick that down a little bit further there. But these are pretty neat, right? I've got to make that that tutorial that we were talking about. I want to try that maybe this weekend if things aren't going to be too crazy. But yeah, that's kind of neat there, isn't it? I really love that tall tuft over there. Let me see if I can put this back without destroying too many other things. Okay, there we go. Hey, Mose. Nice to see you again. So here, see these references down here? I was thinking we could do something like this, right, with the red body and maybe the blue. We've kind of done it the other way around. Oh, yeah, do we? Oh, maybe we break out Cobalt Blue. Maybe we'll break out Cobalt Blue, especially since Green Fairy Studios is here. And we did put Cobalt Blue on this. Also, Archvillain right here. So actually, why don't we do that? Because I'll forget otherwise. So let me see if I can. Wow, that would be, man, Cobalt Blue. Yeah, let's not get it too close to Prussian Blue over here, because that wouldn't be good. So Green Fairy, Happy Friday, all that good stuff. And Green Fairy, I think you saw this, right? The split down the middle. So one side in TMM, the other side in non-metallic. So yeah, this was pretty darn interesting, especially now that the paint's starting to dry. It's just about dry, I think. Megan, Happy Heretic, and Nosferatu. Nosferatu, nice to see you again. And Megan, hopefully you are, well, the kids are pretty chill today. I wanted to look at this. Wow, you know what? Well, no, it's still relatively shiny, but Green Fairy Studios, I don't know if you saw, oh, here it is. So this is the one that I did in the scale 75 oils, and I took the anti-shine to it. It killed all the shine, so that, at least that bodes well, right? Hey, Belly Savelis, nice to see you too. So Nosferatu, I hope that you're having yourself a decent week. Not too much crazy stuff going on. I know that you've been super busy and lots of things going on. All right, what are we going to do? What are we going to do here? We're going to grab some of, go mostly Van Dyke Brown down here. The palette's mostly just the usual, so we won't get too crazy about that. Probably have to throw some Perline Black into this every so often. Might need to throw some more indigo out here too. Speaking of indigo, just gonna grab some of that and throw that over here. Yeah, so Green Fairy, that was I think that, yeah, that's the latest video from the Patreon page there. That one was pretty darn wild. Ooh, actually, speaking of, yeah, look at this. So here's check out these guys here. So these are from Make It Epic Basing. Those are some crazy wild trees, aren't they? So really nifty stuff here. I think this one might be different. Yeah, that's actually, look at this. So we'll have to be doing these in dioramas and different stuff. Now the cattails and the reeds, I have to say, those didn't work out. They didn't print out too well. I'm going to have to probably just maybe support those myself, I'm thinking. Yeah, Nosferatu, the boards are really fantastic. Of course, ironically enough, well, as it turns out, it doesn't matter because I still don't have the Adepticon money. But I went to buy some more of those boards, and all of a sudden they were out of them. So I guess they must be pretty popular because all of a sudden they were out of them. And you really can't go wrong with these boards, right? I mean, you learn so much about different colors when you do these things, right? Who knows? Maybe we'll throw some umber. That won't be today because that's the umber is buried, and I have no idea where the heck it is. So we'd have to find that. So happy heretic. I hope that you're doing well, and I know that well, you were celebrating. Weren't you celebrating your birthday? It was like a delayed birthday celebration, I think. And hopefully your printing is back online too. Do I want to do? Yeah. What the heck? I'm gonna start throwing a little bit of the brown. No, asphaltum. That's asphaltum, not brown matter. Asphaltum here for just reasons, whatever. No big deal. Playing with some speed paint. Speaking of playing, I wonder if Queez is going to get a chance to play some games. Queez just dropped some bits into here to fortify this. Thank you so much, Queez. Oh boy, we could use a ton of that stuff. Yes, indeed. I think about 12 refills in the first hour might just get things quite festive. Yeah, it'd be a very festive atmosphere. Well, there'd be a lot of atmosphere. It would certainly be, I guess it'd be festive. Too many refills of that might lead to a somewhat more quiet stream with somebody face down on the table or something like that. But then the oils do just paint themselves. So do I really need to do anything? I mean, these hands here, these are just computer generated. They don't actually do anything. Yeah, it's just the oils painting themselves. This just creates the illusion that I'm actually controlling the paint. Yeah, it's all the oils doing it by themselves. I do not actually paint anything here. That's people wonder how I get so much stuff done. It's because I just kind of tell the oils like, here, look, there's some miniatures. Why don't you go get those done? Go get those done. Now, of course, I think I might have left a miniature from last night downstairs. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I don't see that one up here. Oh well. But I was painting that Diwali miniature last night. Kind of forgot that upstairs or downstairs because we're upstairs now. So Queez, thank you so much. Now, Happy Heretic, yeah, and not all supports are created equal. There's some companies that they don't do supports very well at all. Now, are you using Chidubox or are you using Lyche, whatever the heck that stupid thing is called? Uh, but I just use the auto support thing in Chidubox. I know that's not what you're supposed to do, but actually I've had really, really good luck with that. Actually, sometimes better luck with that than stuff that even has been pre-supported, which you wouldn't think that would be the case. Hey, Uplifted, nice to see you. Man, it's been a while. I hope that you're doing okay. Yeah, it's been quite a while. I don't know if you had a chance to see the Streamiversary miniature or not. That was quite a blast. Where is there? Now I got some foliage on him now. Yeah, I mean it's nothing fancy, right? Just a little bit. It does give that a little bit extra texture, a little bit of color there. So there's our Wapilius spell brush from the Streamiversary, 2-year Streamiversary. All right, I think good enough. Gonna grab some sponges here. Let me see. I've been using both. Yeah, Happy Heretic. I've just had a pretty good luck just doing that. I've meant to maybe go in and augment those supports, but I haven't actually done that yet. I know it. I know it's weird. You can see there's not a whole lot of staining going on there, right? So Cobra, it's unfortunately none of the Lizard Man stuff is for me. These are essentially just to sell right here. I wish I could hang on to them, but We just need the funds for other things. So even these guys right here, not really a specific commission. There's two buyers that, well, I know they love the Archvillain stuff, and well, one of them has a Lizardman army, and the other one just is a, well, kind of the proverbial collector, right? The proverbial collector. Look at this set. That's kind of nifty, right? Even just like this. Even at this stage. And again, we're going to maybe see the cobalt blue again. Heavens to Murgatroyd, cobalt blue. Sort of like that other Slan that you just saw. You know, there's one more of those darn things. He kind of sits on top of a big plant or whatever. And somewhere I have the pieces of the plant. I've got the guy printed and sort of his throne, but there's still one more piece. And I may just have to print that out again. I don't know. Hey, Blades. Sorry that I didn't shoot you a warning. I thought I did. With all the messages, I thought I shot you a warning, but I guess I didn't. But thank you so much. I had no idea what was going to be going on weather-wise, and there was other things that I had to try and take care of, and then I just wanted to get some primer on these because now that it seems like that those funds are going to be a long time still, I'm just going to try and do these and see what we can raise cash-wise with some more of these fantastic Archvillain lizards. More Archvillain lizards. Where's those Macho Riders? These I got to print more of these because they're still some of my favorite ever. There was something about these guys, and then the fourth one that I did. Oh man, that was really, really, really fun. So I gotta print me out some more of those. Look at this. Look who we got here. Thanks again, Blades. Appreciate that. If everybody could please also give Punexpected a follow. Boy, Punexpected. I was going to get not the Severus blue, but I was going to get I think Prussian blue from Williamsburg. Unfortunately, what was? Oh yeah, unfortunately the Adepticon money still hasn't come in yet. And then I didn't realize that with the, I'm going to mix a little bit of cobalt blue in this right now. That with Dick Blick, it's $65 for free shipping. I actually had $60 in the cart, but it's 65. So I just figured, okay, well they're not doing free shipping anymore. But no, apparently it's 65 is the threshold for free shipping. So I guess we'll have to try and meet that at a certain point. Yeah, Green Fairy. I was looking at the Severus blue. Do you think it's sort of like a brilliant yellow, pale / radiant type of a color? And that I think that's what you were saying. It's like, hey, if you like those, you might just like this one too. All right, no blue anywhere else. Just here on this part. So I've never really done a Lizzie quite like this here. So I thought, oh, well, let's have some fun maybe here. We're gonna keep going with some of this here Prussian blue. Not make it too heavy. Not too heavy. And then we'll hit the red on there. We'll do some removal of the paint. So Blades, do you think you'll get a more restful evening from the pup tonight, or do you think you'll still have to do some late night bladder excursions with the new puppy there? Face is still gonna be red though. We'll keep the face at red. There, just do whatever. Where's the other hand? There's the other hand right there. Boy, Pun. Yeah. Everybody, please give Punexpected a follow. Do you know when you might have your next chance to stream at all? Because I'm sure that completely messed with your stream schedule. Because, of course, right? Can't just be able to stream when we want to. It would be nice if we could. We got uplifting. Oh, look at this. That uplifts the spirits. See how that works? That's linguistic gold right there. That's total linguistic gold. So it seems to be around 3 to 4 a.m. Well, somewhere around 2:30 this morning, There should be a print that's finishing. It's actually a couple of Loot Studios, 75 mil. It's from their new, I don't know, what would you call it? Their Gladiator series or whatever. So it's 270 something millimeter sculpts from Loot Studios. So Happy Heretic, I guess, what is it? Your contrast paints are all dried out. Oh, actually, you just remind me, Happy Heretic, that I gotta kind of reorganize those contrast paints that I brought back from Adepticon and try and just do some sort of a video with those, kind of a tie-in to the oil paints. So everybody give Pun Expected to follow because Saturday evening at 5 Central, Pun might be doing some streaming. Will it be a new project or will it be a continuation of some of the stuff that you've already been working on? Uplifted, I couldn't resist, could not resist. And you can see we're slamming back a little bit of our dark color there because, well, reasons, right? Reasons. All right, we'll take away some of the blue here and then we'll power in some of that red. Ooh, I'm looking at that. You know what? I might. Ooh, that could be. I don't know how how that would work, but maybe I'll try quinacridone magenta and fanchon red for the opening salvo here instead of the usual Egyptian violet and red. I don't know. Let me see if that's going to work. It may work. It may fail horribly. Could be somewhere in between, but we'll never know if we don't try it. So there's fanchon red. This is zero staining here, as in like less than zero, but could be interesting. So I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Let me see how this works out again. Quinacridone magenta, some of that red. Have no idea how this here is going to work out, but worth a try, right? Probably not going to put a whole ton of thinner in that either. Think so. Nosferatu, the Radiant Violet is, I use that all the time. That's one of those, what would you say, the three that I kind of suggest. If you're just going to pick three, that is one of the three because I like to take that over here and then mix it with the green, and that makes a fantastic grayish type color. So that actually is one that I really like. You can also use that with, say, even like a cobalt blue or a Prussian blue or something else, and really get just quite the magnificent color out of it. So that's one of the ones that I kind of suggest that maybe you hang on to. You know what, the heck with it. I'm just going to smack it right onto that too. I just don't care. He's almost starting to look like one of those blow pop things, right? What are those? It's like an icy or something like that, and it's red, white, and blue, and it's in the stripes. That's what this guy, and he's got a blowpipe. So that's there you go. That's what he's just starting to remind me of here. Don't know why, but it just popped into my head. I guess those are mostly just plants or something over there. Not really sure, but here we'll that wander down towards that blue that's in his leg. Again, we'll get the plants later, not right now. Oh, I don't care. I'm just gonna slam the red onto that too, because as you can see, I don't care. You can see just how worked up I get over these things. Let's power in some more of our red here. And a little more over there. I might let a little Egyptian violet. Oof, wow, that's powerful. A little bit in some of the darker areas here around his eye. This here. Maybe some over here too. Again, just a couple of darks there. Somehow, I thought I'd already done the underside of his arm, but apparently not. What is that supposed to be? Gold? That's supposed to be gold, it looks like. which means I don't necessarily feel too bad about getting some of that violet stuck onto there either. I don't really care. Again, can see just how much we fret over little things like that. There we are. Blades, I know that I think Kathy was trying to get her hands on those so that she can try them out on the channel. You know, there's a little bit more left behind there than I expected. Ye Jerkwater, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Yeah, actually, you know, I could see that. I could see this on the Infinity miniatures. Yeah, that actually, if you got any pictures or something like that, you wanted to show those off, and Instagram pics or whatever, let folks see that in the chat. I think we're almost caught up there. Now, the one thing that I would have to test about the speed paints, and this is something I would actually want to test myself and not just hear it second hand, third hand, fifth hand, whatever, is do they reactivate? Which is important, and I'll tell you why, because I really loved the Green Stuff World Intensity inks. Absolutely loved them. I used them on a bunch of things like this. Then I put the Crushed Glass Snow on there. The Crushed Glass Snow reactivated all of the intensity inks, and that was no bueno. So that's the only reason why I'm asking. So that's the thing I want to know for myself is, do they reactivate? Because if they do, then they're unusable for me. Other folks that don't have to, that's not a concern for them, well, then they might work just fine. But for me, that would be a no-go right there. So Pun Expected, I've done 2 videos on those now. The first one is already, that one's been out for a while. That was basically just a color theory and oils video where I took the paints and I did a whole bunch of color charts with them, and then we did paint this. Now, I'll tell you, they're very shiny, very glossy, so I can't use them on stream or anything like that. You'll never see them here because they're just too shiny and glossy. They do take longer to dry, maybe not as long, but look at this. Once you hit them with the anti-shine, all the shine is gone. And that was a light coating anti-shine, killed all of the shininess. Now, this video here is going to be going up on the Patreon page tomorrow. I even did freehand with them. So this is the first real miniature done with those flow paints. And it's one of the Dark Sword videos here. So look for that tomorrow up on the Patreon page. So the basically all of that extra linseed oil, like you've heard uplifted in the vids, it's obviously to make them as smooth as possible. We don't really need that, unfortunately, but uplifted, I'm getting kind of used to dealing with that stuff. Yeah, I'm sort of getting used to dealing with it, so now it's not that big of a deal anymore. I just kind of am getting aware on how to handle paints like that are chock full of that extra linseed oil. All right, so that's what the heck is on this side? Nothing? Nothing's on that side. Nothing's on that side. I'm going to try this. I'm going to go this way. That's the Radiant Blue, Cobalt Blue, Dry Brush. Cobalt Blue, man, I'm telling you, it's that is a mercurial color. It's an enigma wrapped in some linseed oil and in a paint tube. More here, Cobalt Blue, Radiant Blue. Of course, I'm not really going to be featuring Cobalt Blue very much. Why? Because it's an expensive paint, and you know, if you can do it with Prussian Blue, which is a heck of a lot cheaper, I don't really want people to feel like they've got to spend a ton of bucks on the Cobalt Blue. So that's one reason why we just aren't going to be emphasizing that here, because it's just too pricey for most folks. I couldn't tell you the last time I used cerulean blue. Holy smokes! So there's that's interesting. I might even zoom in a bit more here. Let's see. Yeah, K-Sauce, if you blink, it's over. But I gotta figure out what happened to my Weeping Angel cookie, right? The don't blink cookie. Gotta figure out what happened to that one. It's around somewhere. I don't know where the heck it went, but it's around somewhere. So Nosferatu, the green, the violet, and I would say that the turquoise are probably the three you would want the most. The radiant blue is handy. Also the radiant magenta. I think if you're gonna go like two beyond that, then I think maybe the magenta and the blue, because I'm using that right now, and pretty handy, pretty handy. So K-Sauce, how the heck are you doing? And well, happy Friday. Happy Friday to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. And we'll just let some of that do some mixing now. We got ourselves another filbert brush here somewhere. We'll just use this. Actually, here you'll be able to see this now, Nosferatu. That's the radiant violet, and there is the radiant green. Mixed together, it's radiant gray. Said no one ever, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to use some radiant gray in here, because in some areas it's going to have a little more greenishness, some areas a little bit more of the violet, and a nice light touch, right? A very nice light touch to all this. I'll probably throw it, well, not probably, I will be throwing a lot of extra greenery on this, like the Mato Riders, after this is all dry. Because if we try and do all that flock and everything else while the oils are wet, we're going to have more of a chia, and it's not skink size. Believe me, this guy is way bigger. This is no skink. That's practically Croxigore sized. So yeah, the Archvillain, these are more like, they're sort of like a cross between a Saurus and a Croxigore. They're like a Saurosaur. So yeah, Nosferatu, I think you'll get some use out of those. I sure used them a lot. Actually, this combo here of the green and the violet, when it came to doing things like the sails on some of the ships. Now I haven't had any word from Mantic about, the halflings. I think, well, this weekend is Little Wars, and they are busy at Little Wars, so I'm not surprised. Hopefully, I'll get my ships back at some point, because they've got the vast majority of my ships now. Yeah, Green Fairy, I don't know what it is about it. It's pretty darn nifty, huh? That little combo. Where's my, there you are. I'm gonna grab this. Next thing I wanted to do, I'll do it. I'm gonna do it here. I'm gonna take Indian Yellow. We'll do sort of a secondary hit on these areas. Either that, or I might just take my paper towel here and get the most of the red out of that and go more, even more to Indian Yellow here. More Indian Yellow there. Over here too. What else? What else? Mantic Release Firefight 2nd Edition. Yeah, blades. In our conversation earlier there, that was the other thing that people would say. Well, people don't want to mix paints. It's a convenience thing. They just want to use a color and never mix paints. And it's hilarious, right? Because people are quite literally doing stuff like this, right? They're taking powders, linseed, and they're mixing their own paints. They're not just, not only mixing, but they're mixing their own paints. Pretty cool, huh? pretty darn cool. Where are we at here? What are we doing? I don't know. I don't even know. Don't even care. Don't even care. I'm just gonna make these things darker. Not sure why. We're just gonna do that. We're just gonna do it. Now, what I might also do, what do we got over here? I take this one maybe. Yeah, yeah. And we'll do some pinline glazes over here, I think. Just throw out some of that thinner. Boom. Yeah, I wish I had. Unfortunately, the miniatures that I was working on last night, those are downstairs, or the miniature I was working on last night. That is downstairs. I was trying to get pictures taken of it and do some other things. Well, blades, and it's actually, and this is a crazy thing. I know people have a hard time believing it at first, is if you want to match things from, previous armies or something like that, it's a whole lot easier if you just mix the color yourself than to sit there and try and guess, well, which colors did I use? Which colors did I slowly layer on there? You're actually better off just mixing the darn thing yourself, because you're starting from a much simpler point instead of, okay, here's my third different red that I have to mix into this now. So when it came time to match, things like this. So, this figure was painted, I don't know, 2 years ago with acrylics. This one was painted a couple of weeks ago with oils. There's no way to match, right? You can't just grab the same colors, but being able to mix those same colors, that's a huge advantage, is it not? It means that I can perpetually be able to match anything that I need to. We got Tukale in the house. How you doing? Yeah, blades. Well, I was gonna start more like at 8, but then I realized that I kind of need to be able to. I don't want to still be fooling around at 4 o'clock in the morning, because I just realized how little sleep that I actually got last night, which was almost none. So that's I was like, oh yeah, better get a move on here. So sorry I didn't get a chance to send out the heads up. That Cobra, it's now what I think, Cobra, you heard me tell the story probably not even that long ago of the person that he had every single paint from every single paint line, and I was supposed to paint with him and teach him some things. He spent 3 hours looking for just the right red. He never painted anything. So the next day, I said, here, you get these 3 colors. This is your red. This is your other color. This is your other color. This is all you get. This is it, nothing else. And you're going to have to work with just this. And he actually painted that day, instead of that kind of just kind of sitting around trying to choose what was going to be the perfect red or whatever, right? That analysis paralysis thing, I do believe that's the moniker that has. I'm glad that you're doing good there, Tukalate. Oh gosh, I was just there was something that I wanted to show that I thought might illustrate that. Oh well, never mind. I thought I had a miniature sitting right over here that I could use to kind of illustrate that point. So there, we got some darks in there now. We're going to let that stuff set, and then we'll come back later with some whites, or some lights. Tukale, we haven't seen this yet here. So this is a really fun experiment where I took this bust, painted half of it in non-metallic and the other half in true metallic. And I wasn't sure if it was going to work at all. I wasn't even sure if it was possible, but it ended up working just fine. Yeah, Cobra Snake. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you here, if I can actually get to it. There we go. So in that oil painting class, this is all they got. They got these 6 colors and nothing else, and they got 1 brush. So there was nothing to decide on, and yet all 10 of them created 10 very different versions of this. Different skin color, different hair color, different dress color, different pretty much everything. So yeah, like you're saying there, just like you said, try and maybe just have some fun with it, right? Okay, I'm gonna get some of the paint out of this here, and much like we did with that other slan, gonna try and do some glaziness with that cobalt blue down in the recesses there. So we'll see if we can make that work. I'm telling you, this cobalt blue is a weird color. It's sort of like cadmium blue. I mean, in many ways, that's pretty much what it is. It's sort of like a cadmium blue, just not opaque like cadmiums. All right, so there, we'll just throw a little bit of the cobalt glaze in there, and we'll just let that set there. Not going to mess with that. See what I can do on the plants here. I'm just going to use this brush. So K-Sauce, it's been a bit of kind of crazy week, that's for sure. But we've been able to learn some things, right? With the scale 75 oil paints, and then being able to print out some really nifty new bits from Make It Epic. I mean, these trees are really fantastic. Look at that kind of scary tree right there. I also, and I never actually did cure those, but I've got a couple of oh, the fir tree, cedar trees. Cedar trees, yes. I got a couple of cedar trees that I printed on, 3 of them actually, and I was hoping that maybe I could do some tutorial videos on foliage for those guys. Now, here, let me do something on these leaves while I wait for other stuff to set here. See what I can do on these leaves real quick. Very quickly here. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. Just some lighter green here. A little bit warmer. I'm tempted to throw a little bit of the Prussian blue in there just to heighten that green a little bit more. Mix it with the Indian yellow. I do enjoy the little landscapes that they create, the Archvillain figures with some of the bases. I mean, it's not like you don't have to use the base with this guy here. You could put him on something else, much lower base. You could do that if that's what you wanted to do. It's not all, it's not all one piece. Even this guy too is another one where, I mean, it's basically the same base. He's just in a different spot. Let's see if I can't sneak in a little more of the Indian yellow there. Boy, there's more of these leaves than I thought there was. See if I can actually get to this. Just using one of the cheap old craft brushes, that's all. Pennies on the dollar. One last batch of leaves over here. Then we'll probably leave that alone too. Might do some gold accents here. Just could be interesting. Maybe even some green accents over here. Terra Rosa maybe? Well, Terra Rosa and green. That's going to be an interesting combo. And we'll put that around here. Terra Rosa and green. Sort of interesting grayish brown that makes. K-Sauce between them and Pelennor. And of course, there's a third set of basing bits that I'm also hoping. I don't know if I'll get it to print them this weekend, but maybe start printing those up this weekend. Yeah, there's yet another set of printable basing bits. We'll hopefully get a chance to get those all downloaded and then build plates constructed, and then start printing those up too, because you can never have too many basing bits, that's for sure. Let me see if I can at least give the impression of some greenery here on these leaves, because that's what they are. Then we'll get into some of our golds. Hey, Crazy Wolf, how are you doing? I hope that you're having yourself a good Friday. Those might be little arrows or something, maybe. Maybe that's what they are. Maybe that's what those are. So, Crazy Wolf, we're doing a couple of Archvillain figures here. And actually, we got Cobalt Blue again. Yeah, we actually have Cobalt Blue going again. So here's another. If we can get to it tonight, we'll see. But another Archvillain miniature. Yeah. Just gonna hit those for right now, just to get some stuff on them here.
So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Uplifted. Guess what? We just uplifted our spirits once again. Thank you so much. Well, that's retro. I know that I know you got to get up early there, and hopefully you can start get back to the streaming thing. I know you're really itching to do that, to paint some of those fantastic Zinch miniatures. Now, or paint all of your Nurgle stuff just to look like Twitch, or look like Zinch there. So yeah, I know you're anxious to do that. Said Nosferatu never. But thanks so much for joining as long as you could, and hopefully we see it. Maybe see it tomorrow, where we might be streaming some more of these guys tomorrow. Because I actually do have one other one besides these two. It could be kind of a smorgasbord of different things. So Crazy Wolf, I hope that you're having yourself at least a hassle-free day, if not a really good day. So do I want to do any? I don't need to fool around too much there. I want to start to get some lighter yellows in here, just to establish a bit of a reference point here. Indian yellow. Actually, we're mixing it with some radiant yellow right now, just to see what happens here. Because they're not looking to establish the lightest light. Yeah, that might even be too light. I might actually go back to a little more Indian yellow. This also here is not going to exactly be super opaque either by its nature here. But that's all right. Doesn't have to be super. It's more opaque than I was expecting. That's for sure. Yeah, something like this. So yeah, Nosferatu. I know I always chide about the Zinch versus Nurgle there. Nosferatu all about the Zinchy stuff. And of course here, wee bit of an allegiance to Zinch. Because why not? Why not? Here, let's get a little bit more of our yellow out here. Boy, I really wish I had the figure that I was working on. It was one of the Diwali elk riders. Which, I'll do those as gems. So we'll do this as our gold, and we'll do the things up top there as gems. So I'm just going to throw a little bit of that over here. Now, this item right here, that's Indian yellow again. We'll let that mix as much as we can, I think, with what's already here. Yeah, something like that. Is that more little leafy things over there? I don't know. I don't know, but Blades is also going to lift our spirits once again. Wow, is there a grass tuft stuck on the bottom there? There's something stuck on the bottom of the glass. I can see it from here. There might actually be a grass tuft stuck to the bottom of the glass there. That's a testament to the Armored Wolf glue, to the glue on the replica nature grass tufts, that it'll even stick to the bottom of a, shall we say, a medicine glass there. So yeah, that is testament to the ruggedness and adhesion of the Armored Wolf glue. I say it all the time, right, in every single video, that glue is just you can't deny that is the best glue on any tuft out there. So thank you so much, Blades. We could uh we could certainly use plenty of that, no doubt about it. You ain't gonna hear me complain, not one bit. Let's see, I don't know if you want to do those gold or not. None of this again is the lightest of our gold colors at all. I think we're zoomed in. Just wanted to double check on that. Just wanted to double check. Now, next Saturday, this is a figure, I forget already what it's from there, but this I'll be putting some object source lighting on this. Just going to go on a simple 32 mil base. I think it's from 6 to 8, not this Saturday, but next Saturday. That's going to be kind of a special stream there. We'll have to kind of figure out how that's supposed to work in terms of technology there. But yeah, supposed to be streaming that next Saturday on the 30th, I guess, or is that Saturday or is that Monday? I don't know. I think the 2nd is Monday though. That's an Archvillain figure that I'm supposed to stream. Yeah, that would probably be Monday, May 2nd, I think. So that's actually it's a lighter than even I was expecting to be able to get there this soon anyway. All right, so starting to stand out. Let's see if we can get these guys here. We need some golds on this. We'll just let the reds that are already on there. I mean, there's reds all around this. It would reflect on the gold elements here anyways. So why fight that, right? Just let it do its thing. Let it just do its thing. Not sure exactly what. Well, I know it's the Archvillain May release. We'll see if they actually get me the miniature so that I can print that in time, because I'm still waiting for that. And we don't exactly, I mean, it's going to take hours to print it for one thing, then it's going to have to kind of dry overnight and sort of loosen up some of the supports, and then we'll take it off the supports the next day. Alrighty, Fanchon Red, Cadmium Scarlet. See if we can start to get some lighter reds here. I might even start to mix in a little bit of the radiant yellow into that too. Just a little extra light there. I don't know, does it have to be thinner? Does it need to be thicker? Seems like a little thicker is better. So we'll do that. Make it thicker. Hey Nixel, how you doing? Happy Friday. At least I hope it is. I know that you weren't having such a super fantastic week. I can sympathize with that for sure. Hopefully, baby, your Friday was a little bit better than the rest of the week was. So nice to see you. Here, let's get a little bit more of our lighter red there. Just trying to carry that whole poison frog theme. And again, there's the references down there in the corner. Actually, gee whiz, I'm looking the one on the left-hand side. His eyes are actually very dark. I don't want to do the dark eyes on this. I think it would be more fun to, I don't know, give him orange eyes or greenish or something like that, I think. Hey, Valfera, how you doing? Valfera, this unfortunately not, it was not one of those fantastic weeks there. I can provide you some more info. I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, or well later tonight that you will see tomorrow. Yeah, definitely not a super not one that you would say is for the ages. Definitely not one of those. Hopefully yours has actually gone better. And now that it's so over, see, that's not a jinx. See, I'm not actually jinxing you because the week is it's over already. So you can't say that I jinxed it because I only asked how it went. I didn't wish for anything, right? Because when you wish for it, oh my goodness, certainly brings the opposite, doesn't it? Well, Nick's so sorry that Friday wasn't really all that much better. Hopefully, you got a chance, or you're gonna get a chance this weekend to maybe recharge a little bit. I'm sure you would really, you wouldn't mind that whatsoever. We'll get a little bit later here too. So Valferret, nice to see you. Now, I wish I had the miniature that I was working on last night. I left that down in the photo area, sadly. Otherwise, I'd show you. It was one of those fabulous elk riders from Diwali. Really had some fun. Never, well, I think I painted an elk once. It was more just a regular 2D painting. So it was kind of fun to actually paint up an elk. Just trying to spread some of the lighter reds in around here. Then we'll get into some of the lighter blues here. There's actually some things actually kind of stick out there. We'll have to maybe give those a little different treatment. Maybe make those darker or lighter, one or the other. As always with Archvillain stuff, there's a lot of fantastic texture here that we're trying to preserve as best as we can. So there you were able to see some of that figure from last night. Yeah, I really enjoyed the heck out of that. And yeah, Valfero, one of those bags has already been consumed. Yeah, one bag is already gone. And I'm sure we'll be diving into the second bag tomorrow. So that is very much appreciated, Valfera. Especially just given the circumstances that any extra food laying around, I am not going to turn that down. Not at all. So here we're going to throw some extra lights on here. And again, we're going to be going probably lighter than this. Might even do after this has a chance to set. There might be a few areas where perhaps we do a little bit of pin line wash in there too. Yeah, now of course, Valfera, given the ill treatment that we are suffering from the atmosphere, of course, you do realize that those, along with the stuff that Landrast sent, that is going to be that is used for my war against the atmosphere. Yes, I'm claiming vengeance against the atmosphere. So those bags are going to be consumed pretty darn quick, and we will utilize that. Just think of it as nuclear fission, but just the digestive version of that. So yeah, just think of it like as some kind of fissile material that we will certainly make ample use of in our war against the atmosphere, as we also change some of those darks and make those into lights. Snuck that and a little bit more of our lights there. How much lighter do I want this to be? How much lighter? Not sure. I will wait till we do some of the blues, get some lights over there too. Because I can go a heck of a lot lighter than this. That's for sure. Might even throw a little Indian yellow in there, and then some brilliant yellow pale. And let me see what happens with this. Now here, it's actually significantly thicker. And some, I might also try the radiant magenta. Oh, I'll try the radiant magenta too. But see a couple areas here. Going to try and lighten that up. So I think we'll go both ways with this warmer, kind of orangey yellow, and then also with the radiant magenta. So again, a couple of more of our orangey lights there. Radiant magenta. See what happens with that. Well, some of our orange got into that too, because it's on the brush. And let's see what happens when is it going to be too late? I don't know. Easy enough to tone it down. Then we'll have to figure out what we want to do with the eyes. And something just tells me some kind of bright green, maybe Prussian blue, mixed with the indigo, and then some of the radiant green. Just might do the trick. Might just do the trick. I think this will also be a cooler, almost a pinkish type of a color there. So you could, even within the reds, we got different colors happening, right? Warms, cools, all that good stuff. Again, utilizing here that cooler magenta color for some of these lights. Because we were talking about it earlier, right, with the reds. Instead of finding the perfect red, just like take a red, add some other stuff to it, and let that do the shading for you, right? Indian yellow. And we've got some of the radiant green here. See what happens with this. See if this works. We'll toss that right over here into the eye. I don't want the eye to just be dark like that. I think it'll be more interesting if it is lighter. Yeah. And all that is, that's wet oils over wet oils. Yeah, it's all wet oils. How about we do the same on this side? It's opaque, right? So it's going to cover, and then we're just going to have to let that sit there for a while before we mess around with it again. So we'll just leave that alone. Leave that alone. What I will do, I think, is quinacridone magenta, maybe, with a little bit of the Egyptian violet in there. And let me see if we can't a little more Egyptian violet maybe, and then thin that down even more. Ah, to really utilize as that pin line wash here. There's some areas here that should have some strong darks, especially like right around here. Yeah, that's good. It's starting to generate a little more shape to it there. Can't all just be highlights. More thinner, actually. Aha, bingo. See how that just went like so? There's your pin line wash. Yep. Boom, doing that again. Over there too. What's there and there, little there. Here, yeah. There we are. Okay, just let it go. Shh, do it. Let it do its own thing. Why would I want to babysit all that stuff? Just let it do its own thing. More darks along this edge here. Maybe even these spikes, whatever the heck they're supposed to be. I don't know. Don't know. Do we have enough dark along that edge? Looks like it. Looks like it. Then I gotta determine what is happening with these elements here. I'm gonna do the same thing. Just gonna throw some thinner out here. And once again, go boing with a little pin line wash. So just let the paint get down in there and do its own thing. Because we haven't really messed with the blue at all to make that lighter. I don't know, maybe And oh, Velfaro, we got cobalt blue going again. Wasn't sure if you were able to hear that. Yeah, there's some cobalt blue going again. Just I don't know. It worked. It was so fun to do on this guy, right? Thought, oh, maybe we could do it on this guy too. So a little bit of the cobalt blue there. And we'll just move this around here. Let's get some darks in the crev. Then we can come back with the lights. What's happening over here? Yeah, it was mostly just still Prussian blue there. Actually, those are leaves, so we're going to we'll have to get some greens onto that. A little bit more of our darker pinline wash here. Just gotta let it do what it's going to do. Get down in those little crevices and everything. Whatever. This arm, same deal. And you can see we're not trying to really escort it around. We just touch the darn thing to the miniature and it spreads out wherever the heck it's going to go. I know that can be a little scary. Folks aren't really used to that necessarily. No, thanks, Blades. Yeah, Velfira, well, I guess as long as there's lizard men and icy things, it might still survive somehow, right? Like this one here. It might still survive because that was one of the last times I remember us really using the cobalt blue quite that much. Now, got me some Perline black out here. And I'm going to try and work on some of the plants here while I'm thinking about it. Now, around the eyes, I want to see what happens. Grab me just a little bit of that is our radiant blue here. I'm just going to grab some of that. Mix it with a little bit of the cobalt blue here. I don't want it to be too light. But I did want that around around his eyes here. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I thought that might be interesting. So there's just enough of the radiant blue in there to make that cobalt a little bit more opaque. So now instead of just a dark color around the eye, look at that. See, it's actually more of a blue color around the eye. And we'll do that over here. And this is, it's not light. This is actually a dark color here. I know it looks lighter than what's there. But that little extra blue, see, we're carrying the blue up here. Yeah, that's I wasn't sure if that was going to work. If it didn't, I would have just hit it with the same dark again, and that would have been good enough. So Valfira, it's here we go. So this is actually it's a 3D printed base. Archvillain, basically they worked it out so that 4 of these guys, you could actually put 4 different ones on that same base. And oh, here, let me see if I can. So here are some more 3D printed bits that I did. These are from Make It Epic here. Some really fantastic trees. Look at this one. Is that crazy or what? Look at that. I think there's gonna be some fun stuff coming from those. Then I've got to also try and make larger versions of those for dioramas, for terrain, for 72 mil stuff, of course. Now, is it gonna work up here? I'm gonna try something up here. See that? See what I done there? Sneak a little bit of blue up into that. Not much, just a little. There, a little bit more here. And any other? Nah, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I was thinking even a couple other places, but I think we'll just stick with that right up here on that sort of carapace thing, and that's about it. Don't need to extend that blue out there that much more. Try and get a little bit of the blue up here now into some of the reds. Again, it looks light. It's a pretty dark color, I have to say. And you'll notice that when we get into the shading on some of the blue there and start to lighten that up. Let me see if I can't get a little bit more dark in here. Yeah, that's all way too light there. I'm just going to do some pin line washes in there just to get some dark in there. Same thing with maybe our greens. Has kind of lost sight of all the green there. So Happy Heretic again. I'll be curious to find out ultimately if they reactivate the way the Green Stuff World Intensity inks did, because I've heard two people who have used them. They said that they have a tendency to reactivate. Now I could see if you're not gonna do well. Here's the thing: if you're gonna brush on the that dull coat, right, the anti-shine, and you use those, that could be a bit of a problem, because I remember when Kathy was she used the anti-shine on some P3 inks, and the entire miniature turned purple, and that was not exactly the desired outcome. So just keep those in mind. You're going to use that brush on anti-shine, and that stuff's going to reactivate. You might be a little disappointed. Hey, Dano. Nice to see you again. Now it's deep into Friday for Dano here. It's closer to Saturday than it is Friday for Dano. Happy Heretic. I hope that the channel is doing well. So now we're just trying to pop in some lighter greens here on plants, just because. Maybe these down here. Again, I know it's not super important to the. He's not really a skink. He's like twice the size of a skink. Believe me, he's even bigger than a saurus. He is more like he's closer to a croxigore than he is to a skink. All right, more lighter greens down here. No problem, Dano. I was later too. Yeah, this is only an hour in, by the way. Yeah, this is only an hour in, and he's on a 50 mil base. So this is, like I said, this ain't no skink. This is no skink. We'll get a little bit more of our lighter greens in here, and then we got to figure out what we're going to do with some of these that are around his waist here. I think we got to pretty much hit the same colors because it's the same leaves that he's actually wearing there. Valfera, unfortunately, all this stuff is for, it's going to be getting sold off like all the other Lizards things, because still haven't gotten the Adepticon funds yet. So that means, sadly, we have to do things like this, right? Because otherwise, there's other stuff I would be painting right now. But since that's not happening, we're just gonna do kind of like all the other lizard guys, right? The Mato Riders. Remember these guys from a couple of weeks ago. Now, of course, the nice thing is that I can at least print up the Mato Riders and the Slan and all those other guys again, and then hopefully paint some for me, because I would not mind having some of those for me, especially the Macho Riders. There's also a couple of larger things. I think they're, what, Man Cutter or something like that. Again, it's all part of, I think it's the August release from 2021 from Archvillain. And thank you so much for those bits. Thanks, Blades. Thank you so much. I swear there is an Armored Wolf grass stuff stuck on the bottom there. All right, let's get a little bit more. And this is not even the lightest green that we can do here. Yeah, now the other one, I don't know, it would be interesting if we did a different set of colors for him. Although it would be pretty wild if they were. I haven't done a set of 3 like this, let's say all in the same color scheme. So I don't know, maybe we do something like that. Maybe we do try and make these guys all in the same color scheme. The poses are certainly radically different enough. So that's something we might be able to do. So Blades, it is on the outside of the glass. It wouldn't be unusual for it to have wound up to found itself on the inside of the glass. It wouldn't be that unusual. Oh, these are feathers, not leaves. Feathers, feathers. As I'm looking at the stuff on his way, that makes way more sense. All right. So feathers. Yeah, well, I guess there'll be one way to get a little extra fiber in the diet there, Blades. Now, of course, we are firm believers and massive amounts of dietary fiber. You know, somewhere in the 10 dozen more than the daily allowance, just to kind of get things kick-started. Here, let's get some more of that lighter green back here. It's also got some more yellow in it so that it stands out from the reddish blue. And we're also waiting for some of our blue, some of the pin line things that we did there, those to set a little bit more so that we can come back in there, start to add some of those lighter blues, because we basically have midtones. There is nothing lighter than midtones right now on all of those blues there. And now here, I want to see if here it is. I'm going to use this, maybe for white and a little bit of that yellow there, and try and lighten up these things. Yes, because I was thinking, like, why would there be leaves here? But then I saw what was in like a little quiver or something like that, a little pouch, and then I realized that actually looks a bit more like feathers. So we'll just make those lighter for right now, and then we'll come back later and do something else with them. We'll probably hit them with maybe like a turquoise or something, because we got these warmer greens over here on the leaves, so we might go more of a turquoise on the feathers. Speaking of lighter greens, we're gonna try and throw a few more lights on I almost called them feathers, on the leaves here. And I mean, we might, after these set for a while, we might do a little bit of dry brushing of some darks over the top. And yes, it'll all be wet in the wet, but we still can do the dry brushy thing to kind of reinstate some of the darks there. Dano, now did you pop a link there in the chat to some of the nifty things that just go? I saw you popped a link in there in the chat, and I know you'd showed me some of the fabulous terrain pieces, the sci-fi, the drums, those 55-gallon drums and such. Oh, I might not lighten these quite as much as everything up here. I might also lighten up his eye a bit, minus that piece of fuzz there. Kind of right down here in the center, yeah, like that. That works. And then these guys here still have to figure out, do we want those to be lighter, darker? What do we want to do with those? These things here, should they be more like little gemstones? What should they be? Are these little pieces of bones here? Not sure. But that's the beauty of the oils. As you've seen, we don't necessarily have to just right away go, this is what it is. We can change your minds, change some colors around. And here where we put the a little bit of pre-glaze down in there, and then some of the subsequent inline washes. Now when we do this, starting to get some darker colors over the top of that. Now, it's been a while since I messed around with the gold, so I'm going to see if I can get some lights in there. Now, fortunately, this is the one thing I was able to get from Dick Blick. So we actually, and we did break out the first of the new brushes last night. We really, we desperately needed those. Get some light right up here. Same down here on these golds. Not really sure what we want to have happening with that. The blow pipe there, that's in his mouth anyway. I am going to see if I can capture a couple of lights right here on the edge of these gold surfaces. Then I think I need to do something in there too. I might go with a turquoise or a violet or something in there. Not just a plain old batch of dark. This up here. Just trying to catch some little bits of highlights where we can. I'm not trying to make it shinier. Ah, okay, yeah, Velfair, that was a weird thing. Well, that's I'm suffering some weirdness from PayPal too. So that I can relate to PayPal weirdness. Yeah, well, Dano, between the vacation and the post-vacation fun, which wasn't very fun, that's totally understandable. No doubt about that. Well, I gotta get some other colors on those. Probably some blues, something like that. And the feathers there, I'm just gonna get some kind of light on there just to indicate something's happening with that. Back to our really light light here. We're just gonna sneak in a couple little lights there, and then the leaves again. We'll have to do something with those, but now I think it's time. I can maybe start to play around with our little cobalt blue here. Boy, it's so weird because this looks like just a dead grayish blue here. This does not look terribly exciting at all. Then you put it on the miniature and it's just bizarre, the effect that it has. Now, the paint is also really thick because what do? We just did a pin line wash there. And of course, thick sticks over thin and vice versa. So it's pretty important to make sure what we've got on the brush here is thicker paint. Doesn't mean it has to be right out of the tube thicker. It just has to have less thinner than what's there. That's all that means. We'll lighten up the knuckles a little bit. I guess that's what they are. And we can certainly go lighter than that. Even this is not a super light blue here. We'll continue with that same. Again, it's kind of it's like a mid-tone blue here. It's bizarre that cobalt blue can have this sort of a intensity to it when it doesn't look intense at all. It's just a very weird color. Although, how many times back when I was doing some of the object source lighting and I was using things like the cadmium scarlet, and you would look at it and say, well, that color is actually dark and looking almost kind of dull, but it goes onto the miniature and all of a sudden it would just literally catch fire. We'll do the same over here again, lightening this up best as we can. Have to make sure that I don't get too much thinner into this. If I do, it'll just, it's not going to stick, or if it's too thin, it'll just be like another pinline wash. So I'll be putting a light pinline wash on top of the dark pinline wash that I did there. So that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense now, does it? Now, of course, I gotta sort of also figure out too exactly what they're doing with certain parts of the sculpt here. This is the first one of these that I'm actually painting, and it's one thing to be prepping the miniature, and then it's another to actually be painting it and really have to figure out, okay, what the heck what is this really supposed to be? Are they scales? Is it actually part of the armor? What is that? The tail, we'll certainly have to do a bunch on the tail. Glad that I didn't really do too much with the leaves there because my hands are probably going to be scraping away some paint off of those leaves. This side of his leg here. Now, of course, I don't want it to get too light because it's in shadow, right? His arm is sitting over the top of this thing, so it's casting a shadow on there. Gotta be thinking about that. So this is probably not going to be either side of that, not really going to be lightened up as much. Maybe the tail could catch some more light because it's doesn't really have anything over the top of it. Now I'll also be putting some foliage on this like I did with the Motto Riders because, man, those were very fun. So we're getting a little bit of light on the top surface of that tail, and then we're going to do some more of that here. Right here especially. Right over the top. And it's almost a bit of a dry brush. I'm going to be coming back in there with a lighter version of it anyway, so see if I can lighten up some of the scales down here. Again, we're working, see those two references right there? We're just sort of loosely working from those, and I strongly advocate finding some references for yourself instead of just kind of trying to guess, what does this look like? What should this look like? Why not just grab the reference and be a little bit more assured? Actually, going to throw a little bit more of the later blue here, and then I'll come back with some of the red. Yeah, we'll let that mix just a little more. Yeah, over here too. That there's too much of the dark blue there. Yeah, let that blue creep a little bit further towards the core. That's better. And then some of the lighter red can work back the other way. Yeah, actually, Valfira, I did get a chance. Oh gosh, I don't know if you ever saw. It was one of my diorama episodes. It was the Galadriel and the mirror pool, and I did that whole thing with the Malor trees. That was a really fun diorama project, I have to say. I really enjoyed the heck out of that. And I still have to paint. Well, I'm kind of torn. I think I'm actually going to use what is that? The Vale Galadriel for the mirror pool there, and then actually use either that or the Printing Goes Ever On Galadriel, because I've never actually painted that one yet. So I might just paint the Printing Goes Ever On Galadriel for it. You know what? It's almost kind of fun having a little bit more of the lighter blue out there than the lighter red, just for reasons. Yeah, I kind of like that. Kind of like that. But boy, Valfair, some of the printable basing bits that I'm discovering here, they really are transforming basing, because now, of course, I don't have the sculpt that I painted last night, but this one here, I stuck, let me, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 different basing bits on here, on this one. And then, well, of course, you saw the Galadriel one, then there's this one here. There's I think 4, yeah, there's 4 more basing bits, and all I did, I just used a hot glue gun and stuck those on there. So love me those basing bits. And there's more and more entities starting to make those. There's sci-fi stuff. Make It Epic doesn't just have fantasy things. There's sci-fi stuff too. Dano's making sci-fi stuff. And again, so Dano, just let me know when you're ready to make your My Mini Factory account there. And we'll have people going over there to snag some of those really nifty files, nifty sculpts. I know that you've got a million other things to do in addition to trying to get back into the sculpting side of things again. Is there another leaf over there? That, I'm going to say that's a leaf. Wasn't quite sure, but we'll just treat that as a leaf. Then I'll just take this darker green here. That's the Perline black. And now we'll just go straight up Van Dyke brown to get down in between those, at least for right now anyhow. I'm going to grab some indigo, and we'll try and do his claws. Yeah, get the claws on this hand over here, on his foot there, a whole bunch of claws here. I guess I need to get a little bit of the indigo down into the crevice there. Didn't need it over there. Another claw over here. We'll toss some lights on these as well. And now this might just be another place where a semi-pin line wash is needed just to hit these spikes here real quick. And then we can let that set there. I don't know, that might be a little too much liquid. Cut back on that. Not even sure that we're gonna leave the spines or spikes that dark. In some ways, it does remind me of the reference picture. Almost like there's markings there, but without them being markings. Oh, I wanted to get some turquoise or something on there. Turquoise. Don't have phthalo green. I'm just gonna see what happens when I take some of the Prussian blue and mix that with the radiant green. Again, not as intense as something like a phthalo green might be, but it is different enough. It looks like, yeah, it's different enough. And there's a few areas I think I'm gonna go with this. This is pretty dark as well. Like these guys here, these little gemstones or whatever up there. And that'll be a nice little contrast to all the reds that are happening here. And those reds, those get lighter too. I knew there was more of these. There, get that last one. So we have to figure out, do I want all three of these to be the same color scheme? It could be interesting just to have the same color scheme on three different guys. I don't know. I haven't, we'll determine that when we get there. Yeah, I like that little bit of oh, you know what? Maybe that's what we'll do with some of the feathers here is go more of a turquoise. I know we were talking about that, but maybe we can go turquoise and then maybe some kind of darker color, whatever, on the ends of them, I guess. Now I'm going to go back over the other way, over here, and we'll take some of that radiant magenta. Do I have to thin it down, or does it have to be thicker? Only one way. I'm going to find out. And let's just put some stuff on there, see what happens. If it sticks, which it looks like it is, clearly that is not too thin or too thick. Now, the other really interesting property of the radiants, and those that have used them a bunch, they know they actually tend to sort of speed up the drying time just a bit. I mean, they're not like any kind of fast drying paints or something with alkyds in them. They're not like that. As I just lighten up the edge there, bring that forward. They also tend to dry really flat, which is good when you consider that sometimes more opaque colors can sometimes dry a bit shiny. Zip Zap, it's more, there are just some buyers, and especially one that already has. I've done a big giant lizardman army for him with all those Mearce miniatures. And he has bought some, and then there's another buyer that just kind of collects. So those two have been snagging up the lizards. Like I said, eventually I want to just make some for me because I would love to have some of these just for me. The whole nice army of these guys. What I figured I would do is, well, maybe do some tutorial videos on those since I've already done some and I've got the color schemes. Might just do something like that. Now here again, this is a little bit more warmth to it. Not quite as much of a cool neutral color as the magenta. So a little bit warmer here. Yeah, green fairy, that's what I was saying. They tend to flatten out that color, make it a little more matte, like you were saying there. That's it's really hard to describe what they do, right? For a lot of folks, that wouldn't necessarily seem all that crucial, but we kind of know, right? So that's what you're going to have to do when you're making your special line of paints. You're going to have to figure out what that magical fairy dust is and put that in every single one of your paints somehow. Don't know how, don't exactly know how you're going to sneak that in there. But yeah, you'll have to sneak that into every single paint, won't you? So Zip Zap, I hope that you're having yourself a good Friday. I'm going to try and lighten up the shoulder here now. Like so. Oh, and by the way, this is an hour and a half in. That's it. This whole thing, an hour and a half ago. That's what it looked like there. Yeah, and Green Fairy, of course, working with those scale 75 paints. That's another thing that kind of makes it a very stark reality when you see other paints that don't do that. And you see those and you think, wow, man, what a difference. So, I mean, I can understand this idea of they want the paints to be smoother and all that kind of stuff. Tell you what, though, I'd rather just, if I have to add a little more thinner, no big deal. It's all good. I can do that myself. But there, it's like you can't unadd that thinner, and you're kind of stuck with it at that point. So Green Fairy gonna try and do a little bit of industrial espionage right there on Gamlin. Yeah, who would have thought that miniature painting is so clandestine? Yes, the clandestine theft of critical minute secrets. Yeah, miniature painting is very cloak and dagger. Forget the international spy game and all that kind of stuff, stealing nuclear secrets and everything. The Gamlin Radiant secret, that's actually more closely guarded. Yeah, you'll probably be able to find the secrets to nuclear fission before you can find the secrets to the Gamlin Radiance there. Am I going to add a little yellow to this? Yeah. Speaking of Radiance, there's some of the Radiant Yellow right there. Yeah, Green Fairy, that's... now, of course, well, I guess it's that pursuit of stuff that feels more like miniature paint, right? Kind of like when I was putting all the stuff in the dropper bottles, thinking that maybe that's one way for people to be able to get used to the oil paints faster, but not really. Didn't quite necessarily play out that way. So yeah, Valfair, anybody that learns that secret, obviously they disappear. Yes, any of the scientists that were involved in that, well, they've moved on, shall we say? They're not around anymore. I'm gonna see if I can just maybe pop some lights here on the end of the, yeah, right here. You see that? Yeah, you can see that. Again, to me, that looks like it's just supposed to be a series of bones or something. I don't know. Like little finger bones or something. I don't know if they're that little. As I look at this, it's not that small. Because again, this is at least twice the size of a GW skink. Just so folks know, he is not tiny. Ooh, what's happening up there? Again, these guys here. What the heck? I'm going to try to add some lighter stuff to them. Yeah. So, there we go. That makes more sense. Okay. Now I didn't want it to be incredibly later. It's just a quick little dry brush here of whatever. I mean, this is the same greenish color that I used on the leaves. Just gonna use that here to lighten these things up a little bit. Not too much. A little more on that one. Where's my... And we'll grab a little bit of this here. And maybe just one more little batch of dry brushing on there. Again, do you see any layers there? No, no layers whatsoever. Hey, Talls, nice to see ya. Thanks, Talls. Yeah, these, well, it's gonna be another batch of Archvillain figures here. Unfortunately, I don't have the one that I was painting last night, but we did get the Armored Wolf Grass and Flower Tufts on our Galadriel figure here that we painted the other day. So that was, this was Monday. Yeah, this is the stream that we did on Monday. And I actually got the return of Cobalt Blue again. So we did Cobalt Blue on this Slan right here, and now this guy also is getting some Cobalt Blue on him too. So this one, oh, on the right here for some Tyranids. Yeah, actually, yeah, the poison frog look for Tyranids certainly would be a blast, wouldn't it? So yeah, Talls, I'm sure those look really fantastic. Geez, you'll have to if you have any Instagram links or something like that, you'll have to show folks in the chat. Now let me see if I can do something here with his eye. There we go. We haven't done that yet. Okay, a little bit of the this the perline black there, that dark green. Go a little further with it there, and maybe further up. Might need to. I don't know. I'm still tempted to grab some of the Salo green and try and put that on his. Oh, either that or I'll go with more of the Indian yellow mixed with some Prussian blue again. And then, well, you know, obviously we're gonna probably have to repaint some of the leaves down there because our my hand's gonna keep hitting those. It's just it's kind of how that's going to go. Hey, Clover. Oh yeah, this one was pretty wild right here. This was the one where this bust was split in half right down the middle, and one half was true metallic and the other half was non-metallic. So yeah, it was split totally in half. And then of course, actually there's a new video that this will go up tomorrow right here. This is a dark sword video, but I use the scale 75 paints, learning what I learned in the other episode. You know, the one that was actually the one where I painted this guy, right? Real quick. So yeah, like Green Fairy says, that is about the best I can say about this week. Is that I'm still around at the end of it. That's about the best thing that happened. And yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit more of the radiant blue. We'll mix that in with our cobalt blue. Boy, that just looks like a dead grayish blue right there. But when it gets on the miniature, it takes on a whole different look. Yeah, Dano, the ultramarine, that was looking really nifty. And had to be pretty wild to see all of the, you know, how the pre-glaze interacted with the subsequent applications and such. So yeah, that guy was looking pretty nifty. I don't know if you've, I don't think you put him up on Insta yet, have you? Little bit more, yeah, let's get some lights here on this this part of our blue. Maybe even creeping up towards the red a bit more. Something like that. I'll have to do something with the greens, with the turquoise there. Get some more light here on the knuckles. See what we can do here on his tail. Yeah, Clover starting to get a handle now on these types of paints like the Scale 75 stuff, where they just fill it chock full of linseed oil because they're trying to make the paint smoother, which yeah, Green Fairy and I were both talking about how we wish it just wasn't in there because we can add stuff ourselves to make it thinner. Yeah, you can't take that stuff out once it's in there. So we would rather just say, okay, just leave it out of there. If we want it, we'll add it ourselves. You don't need to be putting that in there for us. But at least it's making it now where I can actually work with that stuff. And we did also find out that the Army Painter Anti-Shine can take care of the shininess that's going to be just innate when you have that much of the linseed oil in there. And thank you so much, Tolls. That's almost a dozen. Almost a dozen. Thank you so much for that. Hey, Laminess. Nice to see you again, Laminess. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing okay. So yeah, Laminess was showing off some of the Make It Epic basing bits, and they are, well, they're pretty darn epic. I really enjoy the heck out of these. And actually, I did print out the fir trees. I'm going to have to print them out again, maybe even a bit larger, and even these guys too. I might pick a couple of these, some of my favorites here, and print up some of those larger. I mean, here you've got, there's just some really nifty stuff here. There's one really, yeah, look at this one here. That's going to make one heck of a nifty, well, even on a base, right? Now, ultimately, you got to just cure it with these little supports on, and then just have to snap those off, with a fine clippers or whatever. Hey, dudes, how you doing? Talls, they're not super useful for me because they're so shiny while you're working on them. It means that I could never really use them on stream here because they would just be so shiny. The lights would be bouncing all over the place. So for a regular person who's not doesn't have to film videos or do Twitch or something like that, well, that's not part of the equation. So I think for a regular person, they might work better. And of course, like I said in the video, and actually in the second one, the Dark Sword one, there's certain Williamsburg colors that if you're in Europe or something like that, or you just don't feel like you can get those colors or price or whatever, there's a few of the scale 75s that actually could substitute because they're very close to some of the Williamsburgs. So yeah, that there's at least 2 or 3. Now they could really, what they really need is more staining colors. What they did to try and create more colors out of the same colors is they just mixed white with everything. And of course, as soon as you pop white into something, you lost any staining potential right there, which means you would have to rely on regular artist oils to get those kind of staining type colors, which at that point you could have just got yourself regular artist oils. So that's kind of the dichotomy there as we try and get some darker but also warmer greens onto those leaves there, and also some of these because those got awful light awful quick, and we're gonna not just darken those down, also trying to shift the color ever so slightly too. Oh, and also try and get maybe a little reflected green on the side of these because it's right next to all that green. Why would it not be reflecting there? And yeah, Lamines, I'm looking forward to doing some kind of a tutorial video with those fir trees to try and get some actual sort of vegetation on them. So that's why I might have to print those a little bit bigger if they're going to be for full-on terrain pieces. And then, of course, there's the Pelennor bits, and then Armored Wolf was able to get me some new basing bits, a vast array of them. So we're going to be trying to get some of those printed out too, because you can never have too many basing bits, can you? Also, too, I'm actually Make It Epic has some good sci-fi ones. I need to get some sci-fi ones as well. Lots of kind of blasted concrete type things, of course. I just do that with the Sculpey. That's why I wasn't really super jumping on, say, the more sci-fi stuff. Because some of that I can just make out of the Sculpey, and it's actually more efficient that way. Do I wanna? Maybe. I might just do that here. Hit some of that with my lighter tone here. Not too much of it. Then these, I was thinking about, I don't know, doing something with something like gold there. So just start to throw some Indian yellow on that, and then we'll have to probably get some Terra Rosa in there. We might want to do some staining on this. This is all just still pre-glazed right here, with maybe a little, yeah, just a little bit of dry brushy stuff over the top of it. That's all it was so far anyways. All right, Green Fairy, you have a good one, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. We could be doing more of these and or other stuff. That's I know that's very detailed info right there. That's a real precise description of what's happening tomorrow. You don't just get that everywhere, do you? There's also a Lost Kingdoms miniature from their new release that if I can get that prepped, if I get that one prepped, maybe we try that. That could be very different, very interesting. All right, I wanted to do something else there, and I was talking about some kind of a turquoise here. I'll just take the Prussian blue, some of the Indian, more of the Indian yellow here. I don't know, that might be too much. Right here on the, that's not really doing a whole bunch. I either need to go darker or lighter. I might just go lighter if I can. See what happens with this. Let me see. We'll do a little, there we go. That might just do it. A little bit of highlight over the eye there. I'm not sure. Might still have to come back with some more dark there as well, but only one way to know for sure. You know what? I'm gonna go with some Prussian blue out here on these crazy feathers. Might just do that. Yeah, and we'll leave it that way for right now. Also, some more blue on the inside there. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this. Just gonna take that, and I'll just do a little bit of a inline wash there now. Radiant green. And turquoise? I don't know. Let's see what happens. We'll find out what happens right here with the feathers. Yeah, they did need that lighter tone. That might just be, might just do it. Might hit a little bit of a lighter color on some parts of these feathers here. Just glad I somehow disabused myself of the whole, they're feathers, or they're leaves. I have no idea why the heck I thought those were leaves. Don't see a lot of leaves used as fletching on arrows, or blow darts for that matter. Velfira, well, you know what that means. And again, sir, you're not going to miss it this time. Not going to miss it this time. So, I wonder if the blue is going to look darker than the red, or if it's all just going to look the same when we kill the color on this. No, it's pretty much all the same value, wouldn't you say? Yeah, what about this side? Yeah, look at that. There's no difference in the value, but I don't know. Here, let's bring back the color. Would you say that the red looks lighter than the blue as we bring this back? What would you say there? I guess the red sort of looks lighter than the blue, but boy, when you take away the color, they're exactly the same, aren't they? Because I'm thinking that the red to your eye looks lighter. Let's one more time. One more time. Go to the. But I mean, there's no transition there. You would think there was some kind of transition in the black and white, like you have the massive transition here, but no, there's not. I'll be doggone, right? I'll be doggone. But Velfira, as always, great to have you here, and hope to see you tomorrow. If I can start it more like a 4 or 4:30 time, I'll give that a shot. And again, it's a lot of it. It's not necessarily things within my control. It may start a little later than that, more like 5 or 5:30, but we'll shoot for 4:30 if we can. We'll just try and get a little bit of that same lighter turquoise onto these little gems right here. See if you can see this. Again, these are 3D prints from Archvillain. It is the same, I mean, it's the same as the Motto Riders, same as our Slan Riders. There's our, again, cobalt blue on that one, too. Hey, she's yeah, so it does, it looks lighter there, Velfira. So secretly, Paul, how are you doing? And Shaza, nice to see you. Shaza, oh, I saw your one Hobbit figure there. I saw that popped up on Insta there. So I did get to briefly see that Hobbit kind of scroll by, because I think it was a reel, right, and not a picture. I'll just toss a couple of lights right there. So Shaza, I hope you had a good, well, at least a decent week. It was very crazy here. Again, hopefully other people had weeks that were a little easier, a little less taxing. Oh, Elden Ring, that's right. Sorry, I just it was turning around. Hey, Abadu, how are you doing? So now, do you think something like this is scary? You run into this, you're walking around the neighborhood, somebody's shooting blow darts, giant blow darts at you. But what is it that Gandalf was super, super scared of? I mean, everybody's, even the Balrog is scared of these guys. Saruman, he's like, yeah, Gandalf, he knew he didn't want to run into this because, well, they would do a lot worse than just ripping off his arms. And who are these guys? Who would do worse than ripping off Gandalf's arms? That would be the mimes. Yes, the mimes of Moria. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are mimes. They're street mimes. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. Look at that. Chef's hats, berets, even top hats. Not quite sure why the guy in the chef's hat is holding the very toasty baguette in his hand that doesn't have an oven mitt, but they don't have to be smart, right? They don't have to be smart because Charles de Gaulle, look at that, two-star general, sporting that mustache. Okay, he only has 2 stars, but look at this. These two guys, they thought they were the stars of the team. That's Francois and Pierre. Francois and Pierre, not really into the blocking and tackling and all that rough stuff. That was not their deal. They were not into that. But they were, as you can see, into like a fine Chablis or a Pinot Noir, something like that. This team was done way back in 2006. So those were metal miniatures essentially. Yeah, you didn't have plastic goblins and all this other kind of stuff that you could just kind of snip apart and convert. Certainly no 3D printing at the time. That was all metal that had to be hacked apart with a cutters and then all kinds of sculpting done on those guys. So yeah, Shays, as it was spinning around, I'm not familiar with what was that called again? Elden Ring. I think that's a new video game, right? Something like that, or maybe it's a show, maybe it's a book, or it could be all of the above. I don't know. That's not stuff that I know very much about, but yeah, I just as it was turning around, I kind of went to the ring part of it pretty fast, so I thought, oh, okay, maybe it was something from Lord of the Rings, but I knew you were painting the hobbitses, so I think that's why. Now you know why I thought it was, because I thought it was one of your hobbitses. Look at this, we got a Landrast in the house. Landrast, how you doing? Hopefully, hopefully that hair where the dog bit you is a bit more intact there now, so to speak. Yeah, that still is one of the craziest things ever. Doing some more Archvillain figures here. This is from that same Lizard Man release. And I think we got 3 of these guys all printed up, actually ready to go. Here's another one that's primed, so we might be painting a couple of more of these tomorrow, possibly. That was a pretty big figure, right? Was it? It's a video game. Hey there, Greenleaf. Nice to see you. So Greenleaf, I think, didn't we say earlier? Yeah, that this is just an animation. The hands, I'm not actually painting this. It's just paint. The oils just paint it for me. Yeah, the hands. That's just it's like a chat bot type thing, or it's a Streamlabs thing. That's what it is. It's like an overlay. So yeah, not actually painting this. It's just me talking. I'm actually working on other stuff. Now you know why so much stuff gets done here, because I'm not actually streaming. I'm just talking while this animated pair of hands and the oil paints takes care of this. So yeah, that's not actually me painting at all. Now somewhere, I don't know where that Galadriel is, but I got a gigantic Galadriel figure. I think she's in the other room, probably. Yeah, she's in the other room. But that is a gigantic Galadriel figure. I think it was, I know we compared it to this one. It was like twice the height of this thing. So it was gigantic. And that was another one that I had to do the supports on myself and even hollow it myself. Yes, look at me hollowing figures and doing supports, which ironically enough are actually turning out better than a lot of stuff that's pre-supported. And we're talking auto supports, not even going back in there and manipulating the supports whatsoever. I think it might have a lot to do with using the Soraya Smoky Black. I have a feeling that's let me kind of get away with some murder right there. All right, I'm gonna see what happens here with Radiant Lemon and some brown matter. Maybe more of the, well, maybe not that much Radiant Lemon, but here, let's see what happens. Do we have a star? I thought that was a Sarge. Sarge says, okay, you've uplifted your spirits enough. It's time for a shamrock shake. There it is. Hey, Sarge. So how you doing? Well, looky here. Looky here. Look who has joined us. That would be the captain. That will be the captain, Captain Madlove. How the heck are you doing? And thank you so much for that raid. We appreciate that, of course. Jenna, nice of you to join us. Look at this. We got Miss Half Damage as well. So, well, Streeza, I'm sure that'll be really cool. Seeing, well, object source sliding, right? More object source sliding, more better. So if everybody could please give Captain Madlove a follow, that would be sensational. I'm sure you already are, though, if you're watching Twitch usually around this time. So Captain Madlove, how you doing and what were you working on? And of course, we're working with our usual oil paints right here. Hey, Bronze Archer. Sarge is lurking while working. Of course, lurking while working. That's always a good idea. So oil paints, we actually brought out the cobalt blue again because this guy right here, both of these are from Archvillain, by the way. Lord Zypherius, nice to see you again. Oh, gee whiz, Lord Zypherius, how many years ago was that? Oh my goodness, the old Figure Painter magazine. I almost said Finger Painter, which we've done with the old acrylics. So again, these are both from Archvillain Miniatures here, or Archvillain Games, and really love this particular group of figures. It's just absolutely fantastic. We've got some more of them here. Oh, really love these guys. Absolutely love those. But they make more than just lizards because we painted almost this entire uh, line of miniatures right there. Love the Egyptian stuff, of course. These are all again from Archvillain. And here's some more. That was their sort of vampire counts type with the big beasties right there. Look at those guys. Got to print out some more of those dire bats now that we know what we're doing with those. And of course, well, here's some more 3D printed stuff like those Highland Empire Knights, and then some lovely Artisan Guild stuff here. Yeah, well, let's look at where's our diorama there of Galadriel versus the Necromancer. Also 3D printed, the figure right there, larger, and then lots of super high intensity oil paint colors there. Oh, thanks, Agu. I appreciate that. Ah, oh, it kept in Mad Love. That guy's about, what is he, about 5, 6 inches tall, or is he bigger than that? Because there's some Parabellum stuff on the way here. I think it's well, it's not super snazzy. It's 100 Kingdoms, so that's kind of old. But that Jotar, that's from the new faction, right? Captain Madlove, that's the Norse guys. And of course, Madlove, I'm sure you probably have some work in progress Instagram pics of that. You want to share those in the chat. Be sure to do that so folks can check that out. Yeah, I've saw those for the first time at Adepticon last month, and they got their stuff coming this way, so we will be painting some Parabellum stuff here. I think also the what was the orc faction, the orcs on the raptors, I believe. Oh, thanks, Blades. Yeah, we still have to get the lightest lights on the blues. There's still some more lightest lights here. It might even hit those spikes in the back or spines, whatever you want to call them. I still got to figure out, do we want to do some kind of gems on those or not? Still got to figure that out. And then I need to get some darks over here where the feathers, yes, feathers, not leaves, meet up with whatever the heck that is. It kind of actually, so the blades, if I had treated these like leaves, this would have looked more like a turnip or something like that stuck on the end of that, or like he's got a carrot there or something. Okay. Well, that's cool, Captain Madlove. Yeah, if you got if you have some pictures of those, any kind of work in progress things, you want to share those in the chat. I'm sure people will get a kick out of seeing those. Let me see. Okay, so he's pretty darn huge. I'm pretty sure they had. that figure at Adepticon. Yeah, they must have had that. And then there's the really big T-Rex being ridden by an orc. And I get, oh, the other thing too is for the, what, not the Hundred Kingdoms, the the undead, which are Old Dominion. Old Dominion. I guess they've got some cataphracts that they're making for those guys. So hopefully at some point we also get a chance to maybe paint the cataphracts because those look like they should be fun. Now scale wise, and we just got to, well, oh, I don't know if I mentioned about 50 boxes of Song of Ice and Fire stuff showed up here, much to our surprise. Yeah, and this is about the same scale as the Conquest stuff. It might be slightly smaller. Again, these are from Song of Ice and Fire. This was 2 Saturdays ago, I think. Yeah, 2 Saturdays ago we painted those guys. And there's a ton more. Oh, actually, look at this. So these guys will be my next army painting series. Lannister Red Cloaks. So that should be fun. Kind of look like Romans. I don't think they have shield. Yeah, they don't have shields, but should be interesting. We'll be painting up a unit of those for our next army painting series. And thank you so much, Ebadu, because uplifting those spirits again, right? Uplifting those spirits. So thank you so much for that, and thanks again, Captain Madlove, for the raid. I appreciate that as always. Now, what we want to do here is actually get a little. Let me see if I can use. Oh yeah, actually I'm gonna take this Van Dyke Brown, mix it with that crazy radiant violet here. Kind of got a purplish gray. It's not really going to change the value of it, but just like this right here, we'll do a quick little film noir to show how the value, look at that, right? The value is the same. It's the color that makes you think one is lighter than the other. Of course, Prinkles, the War Kitty, really illustrated that too. But yeah, what this is going to do is actually just kind of shift the color of this away from some of the browns. Gives it a little bit of a violet tinge now. Again, we didn't make it any lighter. We didn't make it any darker. We just shifted the color a little bit. So Landras, do you know when maybe for was it Dominion there when they might be coming out with those cataphracts? Because it just when I was looking through the site there to see what might work well for streams and for videos and such, that's when I saw just a picture of the cataphracts there. And oh, what are the orcs called? I don't think they just call them orcs. For a second, I almost thought they were lizard men because, well, the T-Rex and the raptors and all that stuff.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Ah, Wahadrun. There you go, Wahoos. Thank you so much, Vors. Vors, do I appreciate that? Hello, little hobbits. Oh, spark my ganja. Okay, Morgoth, seriously? I mean, dude, what did you twist around to make this thing? He's like, wait, what? What are you talking? Are you talking about me? I'll just shoot you. It's like, hey, if that big bird shows up, just tell him I wasn't here. Oh, that eagle that's looking for you. Oh, he's really looking for you, man. So, see you later. Thank you so much for that follow. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. We appreciate all the new little hobbits. Of course, Gandalf. He loves all the little hobbits too. Probably because they have pipe wheat, and that's probably the only reason. So yeah, that Gandalf is one of those guys that you think that he likes you, but really he just likes you for your subscriptions. Thank you so much, Vors. Vors, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Uh, little bit. Yeah. We'll throw some of that same violet over here. We got greens, we got violets. We even mixed, remember, the green and violet radiance together to make an interesting gray. And thank you so much, Force 2. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that sub. Now I gotta make sure I leave some of those darks in there. Also, we will be throwing some foliage on here. Think of it as here. I'll show the motto riders again, and you'll see all those ferns and everything that are on the bases. That's the kind of vegetation that we're going to throw onto these guys as well. And of course, oh, here's some recent stuff too. Those elf ships, our Medberry dwarves, and oh yes, our Candish stuff. We just worked on one of the chariots. I don't know. We got Dave back in the house. Dave, how you doing? I hope that you're doing well. Maybe a little lighter down. Again, I gotta leave some darks there, otherwise we're just not gonna have the sort of contrast that we want. Now, can I zoom in? I don't. I'm zoomed in as far as I can be zoomed in. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit closer there, but well, we are hoping that should the funds ever arise, we get a new camera and we'll see how that works. It may not work well for streaming, might only be for filming, but we'll see. So Captain Madlove, I don't have a Discord. If you want to see pictures of stuff, you can always go to my Instagram. That's actually probably a better way of getting in touch with me than Discord. And the Instagram is right down there. Just what Pellias said, Instagram. Now, of course, Grim was kind enough to create the link that Armored Wolf just posted there. That is a place where people can go to talk about the oils. There is a little sub channel in there that's at Wappleville. That's where I try to remember to post things. Again, Instagram, Facebook, those are, and YouTube, those are my primary socials right there. Not so much the Discord. I know everybody else really loves their Discord stuff. Hopefully later this year, maybe we can start to do a little bit more with that. Maybe even have some events or something like that that sort of take place in the Discord, because that could be interesting. And oh, this was one of our videos right here that we just did. So this was a very symmetrical bust. It did just the trick, because what I wanted to do was show how TMM and non-metallic are basically the same. What makes one work is the same as what makes the other one work. So this is actually split down the middle, and half of this is painted in true metallic oils, and the other half is painted in non-metallic oils. Obviously the face and the antlers, those are just in, well, just regular old paints there, because not too much metallic stuff going on. But that was a pretty interesting little exercise right there. I enjoy doing things like that because I don't remember ever seeing a bust painted two different ways on the exact same bust. No problem, Captain Madlove. No problem. But if you want to throw an Instagram link, I know you've. Let's see. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, just finishing the stream. It's a little bit hard to have an Instagram post right just now.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much. We ever saw painting tent. Wait a minute, painting tentacle. I've thought for sure. I thought for sure you were already one of our little hobbitses, but of course, you never know when Twitch gets twitchy. It's like, if you shoot me with that, I'm gonna hit you with my stick. It's like, yeah, the Balrog was certainly really scared of that stick of yours. It's like, it's a big stick. It'll hurt. It's like, don't think so. That's why you have no arms. And why? What we say? Gandalf has no arms because it's like, yeah, Balrog fighting him with a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. Poof, man, no arms. that was really a bad idea. Oh, and of course, I die and then the gardener becomes the hero. It's like, yeah, dude, that's really rough, man. It's like, yeah, tell me about it. Maiar, lives forever but dies, still not the hero. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. As you can see, we have a slightly demented, if not different, take on the Lord of the Rings universe there. Yes, we also do some 2D art, and in one of our 2D paintings, it was Gandalf fighting the Balrog, and that's where we determined that you might want something. You might want to be sporting something better than a glow stick and a sword. I don't know, maybe like a plasma pistol or something. Of course, well, if Games Workshop had their way, Gandalf would have a plasma pistol. Thanks, Painting Tentacle. Appreciate that. We're kind of continuing some of the brighter colors that we've done on, again, these are all from Archvillain here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, here's another one. Here's another one. So the oils really let you get some nice, rich and intense colors. Here's another one right here. Let me see if I can get this. This has a lot of the quinacridone magenta in it. So there's another one of our Slan, again, all from Archvillain. Now this this one right here, Prinkles, there he is. Sort of a similar idea with the color scheme there. He was so much fun. He's like, okay, Letterbox, time to change it. I got 3 eyes, I can see if you've done it or not. And of course, a little bit of object source lighting every once in a while. We do a little bit of object source lighting here on the channel. So all these painted up on stream. Actually, these are homemade fluorescent oil paints that I made myself. And we've got a little bit of freehand too. We kind of like freehand here. Yeah, just a little bit. We painted all these guys up on stream. Had a blast with all the freehand. Again, all done with the oils because, it makes that a heck of a lot easier. Now I'm going to keep adding in some. This is that's the radiant violet, but it looks just sort of like a very light gray, doesn't it? Again, it's there's no gray. That's just letting the radiant violet do its thing. Let's get a little bit over here to lighten up the edge of this. Right there. Tree root there. We might have to lighten that up too. And then we're going to see what we can do with these. Do we want to make those more of a gold? Which potentially means a little bit of Terra Rosa. Pop that in there with our Indian yellow. Maybe a little more Indian yellow in that. There. Yeah, a little more Indian yellow in that. Here, let's put some more over here. Some more over here. Darken up that edge on top. Could just do a pinline wash in there, maybe. See if we can do that in here. I actually need more thinner in there, so we're just gonna, there we go. See that? All you gotta do is just touch that down in there and poof. Oh, actually, Landrest, have you been working on any more of the Gaslands vehicles? That school bus that you did. Oh yeah, I was wondering if you had painted that up yet, because that was really looking nifty. Really, I love the heck out of that. So yeah, if you've painted that, definitely shoot me some pics of it for sure. More light on those leaves. And yes, those are leaves, not feathers. They're actually leaves. Still pretty hilarious that I thought those the feathers were leaves, but that's just me being clueless, that's all. Now here, of course, how much paint do I really want to be putting on areas where I might be going back in with some moss? Might be coming back in with some moss. And of course, here's a good little example of that. So if you remember, we painted this up on Monday. We waited for all this to dry. And like those are all 3D printed bits there from Make It Epic. Then some of the Armored Wolf flower and grass tufts to sort of finish that off. And I'm going to get a little more light right here. So Cami, how are you doing? Nice to see you. And well, good morning to you as well. I actually do have a couple of videos on the YouTube channel of, well, they're more 28 mil scale, but yeah, some Gaslands Vietnam. I don't play it myself. They were commission pieces, but there's a lot of weathering on those, needless to say. Yeah, here, not going to do a whole bunch. There's going to be mostly foliage down there. So why would I sit there, fool around, wasting a lot of time painting something when I could get much more actual color and texture and interesting stuff going on by just throwing a little bit of some tufts and some flock down in there. Also, too, those ferns that I had mentioned. I was thinking of. No, I won't lighten that up just yet. What I will do, I might just throw some phthalo green out here. It looks like, yeah, I just found a little bit of that because we need not only the intensity of it, the bluishness of it, but actually the translucency of it. So thin this baby down. And I'm going to try and work that into here on these little gemstones. There we go. That already makes such a huge difference. Boy, I needed to do that. And what about these guys up here? Same deal, especially that one. Is there a Drax in the house? There's a Drax in the house. Drax, how the heck are you doing? And everybody, please give Drax a follow. So Drax, sorry I didn't make it into the stream the other day. I hope that the progress on the Blood Angels continued. I know it always kind of, it works out that they keep adding more and more to things. Not quite like 10,000 points of Lumineth like Commander Mittens, but still, they sometimes tack things on there. So I hope the Blood Angel's getting that much closer to being done. So that's what I'm going to do out here, is try to get there, and the ends of these feathers, not leaves, a little bit of that phthalo green there. And I'm also add some of that down here. Then we'll take some of the, no, radiant turquoise, combine that with the phthalo green. See if I can get some of that into here. Might need, wow, need to be a little bit lighter. Holy smokes. I didn't think it needed to be that light, but I guess it needs to, there we go. And that's just a smidge right there. Yeah, all right. Maybe a little bit of green into these golds here too, just to separate them from everything else. All the red that's there. So Drax, how are things going? Now I got some more of the 3D printed miniatures here, and of course, I'll have to show you some of the 3D printed basing bits from Make It Epic. Wow, they're talk about making basing pretty darn easy. And just some fantastic stuff. You know what? I'm going to see what happens here. I am going to hit those with this turquoise, and then maybe those out there will be more of a red. So turquoise here first. Then the next band out is going to be the red. Just to see what happens here. Okay. Oh, that's well, that gee whiz, what's the last movie that I saw? I couldn't tell you. It's the last movie. The last movie I saw in the theater was that Midway. Might have been the Midway movie or something. Okay, yeah, we'll let the red take that over for now. And remember, that was the Fanchon red with the quinacridone magenta tacked on there, just for the heck of it, just to see what would happen. Now here, I'm actually gonna come back in with that. Some of the reds here, cause reasons. Glad you actually got a chance to check out a movie there. Now we actually had Crocodile was in the chat last night. That was pretty wild. It's been a while since I've seen Croc in the chat. Again, everybody, please give Drax a follow. Now, Drax, have you started streaming on Sunday nights again, or is it more the Monday through Wednesday slot there? Speaking of streaming, and then of course starting usually at 12, so midnight Central Time. If you want to check out Drax, and of course you do. Of course you do. I'll go back to the Radiant Turquoise here. I'll start to pop a little bit of that onto the stones here, if that's what they are. So yeah, we got ourselves a Mad Love. Hang it out in the chat because Captain Mad Love was kind enough to do the raid thing not long ago. Got a little bit of white mixed with that. Let's go another round here. One more round to make that lighter. Then we're gonna have to do the same thing with the red there. Might have to let that set a little bit more. That's the thing with the oils, and when you're working with reds. Oh, Drax, did the airbrush finally start behaving? I know they I think at one point you had a Sotar out there, because I think you were using. Oh God, what wasn't the was it the Chrome is the big fancy one? Then there's the 105. That's the basic one. What's the one after that? I can never remember. Ah, there we go. Everybody, please check out what Captain Madlove posted there in the chat. So she just posted an Instagram link for you. So that is the from Conquest, the game. That's from Parabellum. Check that out. That is what Madlove was working on stream. And of course, everybody be sure, if you're not already following Captain Madlove, you want to be doing that. So it was the thinner. Okay, yeah, because that was I saw that happen, and I'm just like, yeah, that's why I just one of the reasons why I just kind of don't do the airbrush thing anymore. It's just more hassle these days, kind of than it's worth. Well, with the oils, if I didn't have the oils, it'd be different. It would be different for sure. Hi, Airborne. Yes, definitely go check out the link that Captain Madlove posted for sure. So this, I'm gonna go back to my light green. Yeah, go back to my light green there, like so. Maybe some here. Those leaves. See what happens. Now, again, we can put some nice foliage onto this once all this has dried, which Now the cobalt blue does take longer to dry. That's something that we've noticed. It's the nature of the beast. Use something like cobalt, there's advantages to it, but downside is it will take longer to dry, just like any sort of like cadmium colors will. Those will just take longer to dry. It's just something that you factor in. You say, okay, if I use this, I'll have to make sure to factor in that extra drying time. So Captain Madlove, no, that's wrong miniatures. Some of these are actually from Titan Forge, but some of the ones like here, these leaves, those are actually from Make It Epic. And here's again some more of, these are some brand new ones that I just printed out here. So these are all from Make It Epic. These are really fantastic. There's juniper trees and kind of more of your dead trees there. And look at that one, all kinds of fun branches coming off of that. And of course, that's the same basing bits that we used here. So those are from Make It Epic. Tree stumps, tree branches, and those plants there. So, and all I had to do was just pop them on there real quick with a hot glue gun, and that was it. You know, just bam, 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 real fast. These also here, you can see on the miniatures themselves, and then also on the movement tray. Those are also, see the branches right there with the icicles hanging off of them there. That's also, we painted this on, all those on stream. Those are also from Make It Epic Basing. Yep, Captain Madlab, they've got their own site. Now you can also get free ones from Pelennor. And I do believe it's spelled like Pelennor Fields. So that's Pelennor. Those are free. Now I just got some from another place. They were ravens. And somehow those didn't end up, oh, that's right, because they haven't been, those haven't been cured yet. So yeah, I found another set. They're actually ravens, which that was also cool. Now here we did the violet stuff. I'm actually gonna shoot a little bit of this greenish gray right here, just for reasons, just because I can. See a little separation right there. So Captain Madlove, you just you buy the files. And they range anywhere from say $8-9 to maybe $19, I think. Yeah, kind of range there. And then you just you can print those out whatever size you want, however many you need, of course. I don't know if they have a Patreon or not. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they've just got their own site there, and they just sell direct from that. Now Pelennor, that's on My Mini Factory. So yeah, go to My Mini Factory. You'll find Pelennor over there. I know there's what, Mini Hoarder. You've also got Cult of Print or whatever. That's another. There's several like Thingiverse also. That's another one. See if I can get a little more light down there, and then of course the rest of that, it's all going to be just foliage. I know Captain Madlove. Actually, this is all from Archvillain. They're really good. So this is again, this is the base here, and we've got another one here. You can see that same base. And check out these motto writers here. This should give you a good idea of just the neat things they do with basing. There you go. So the bases that they're on, those are actually 3D printed. It's all part of the miniature. Just like the Daughters of Sekhmet there, all of those bases, that's actually part of the file. And again, those are all from Archvillain. Same thing here with the Sons of Sekhmet. Oh, the Troll King, yes. So that is all the base. Now the wooden plaque, obviously not, but all the throne and the ice and all that kind of stuff, that is all part of the file. Just like here, the Archvillain stuff like that. Well, let's get closer to the monsters there. So the dire bat on that pillar, that is printed. That's a part of the file. Same thing there with that big vamp in the back, that staircase there. That is also part of the file. Hey, JP, nice to see ya. Now, there's tons of companies that do bases. Even Titan Forge does bases. There's a Slurry or Slurry Factory. They also have basing sets. Essentially, what you can do is kind of peruse the big guys like My Mini Factory and some of those other ones. Just type in miniature bases or base sets, and pretty sure you'll have a ton of different things show up. There's got to be dozens and dozens that make base sets. Now, of course, some are going to be better than others. And with Archvillain, if it's hollowed, then the interior geometry will work. If it's not hollowed, there was a reason why they didn't hollow it. Yeah, there's something about the interior geometry there that might make it not so good for printing if you try to hollow it, because they test everything. They test it out hollowed and not hollowed, and if there's too many failures while it's hollowed, they won't have an STL that's hollowed. Whereas I think some other ones just kind of go ahead and hollow things. So JP, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you again. A little bit of the just a touch of our yellow out there. That's the Indian yellow mixed with Van Dyke brown at this point. Just the color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, right? I'm going to try and get some of that out here. And now Captain Madlove, there's nothing that says you couldn't use this as a base because they are independent. So look at this. Obviously, you see there's no miniature on here. So you can print the miniature, put on the base, or you could just print out the base and no miniature, right? You could shrink this down if you wanted that to be 30 mil size or something like that. So usually the Archvillain stuff is separate from the base. So even there, you could still obviously utilize that base for something else. Something else. Lost Kingdoms is another one that will also do bases for figures, but they tend to be separate. Titan Forge definitely does bases that are separate. So yep, Captain Madlove, all the Archvillain stuff is all 3D printed. And all of it was printed in the Soraya. Here you can see the Soraya Smoky Black. That's the simple. Soraya Simple Smoky Black. All those basing bits that you saw. And oh, look here, we got another. That's a troll from Printing Goes Ever On. So all the stuff that's 3D printed, I do that all with the Soraya Smoky Black because that is the most weather resistant of all of the resins. I mean, it even says that on the container, that it is the most weather resistant. That bust that I showed you earlier, well, pretty much almost everything I've showed you, with the exception of those Ukraine Marines, they were all 3D printed. And of course, well, we love doing basing here. We love to do basing. And you can just turn a unit into, well, even here, look at this. So here's another little base that we made. That's just tree bark right there. And this is another 3D printed miniature that is actually from Kurzlook there, that massive troll. Want to see how big he is? That's how big he is. We painted this guy up on stream last year. That was very fun. And of course, you can do a lot with, well, here's another example of some basing right there, just to kind of make a little story out of that miniature. And then, well, here we've got this was very fun. This is another 3D print from Monster Mini Mayhem. And that's basically a metallic horse there. We painted that with metallics and oils and did a nice little steampunk base for it because, well, reasons, right? And then here is That's just basically a flat piece of Sculpey on top of cork, but you paint it differently. You get two very different themes: Sisters of Battle, Cipher Lords. And then of course, well, here again we've got another type of basing here. That's just a piece of plastic right there. But I wanted basically a ruined vehicle, and that's why we've got the Z on there, right? Because it kind of carries through the rest of the theme, and it creates a little bit of drama. Right? He's looking up there and using the shield this way, and it's just simple bulletin board, cork, a piece of plastic, and that's it. That's all it took to make a very interesting theme for that. I'm going to darken down a couple of edges on this, and I was tempted to do some little streaks of whatever here, but maybe not. That might just add too much to it. Well, JP, congratulations. Congratulations. If everybody could please give JP a follow, and also kind of boost up those follow numbers for JP, fresh on the affiliate. So congrats there, JP. And actually, JP, if you want to let people know the next time you might be streaming, so that they can be ready, and then they'll know when to anticipate your stream. And of course, if you've got any instas, any Instagram pics or whatever, things that you've been working on, you want to share that in the chat, feel free to do so. Okay, there. I'm just gonna get a little dark there. Also gonna hit this with just some of the primer here. Not going to use the black 3.0. Not going to use that just yet. We'll just hit it with some regular old primer here. Right now, I just want to see what do we have here. How much darker do I need to go on the actual base instead of just the rim of the base here? Well, looks like we got that pretty dark. Yeah, we got that pretty dark. So I think we're good there. I think we're doing pretty well on that. Boom, there it is. All right, I'm just gonna, again, I gotta wash out that brush now because it's got acrylics on it. Not like the oils. Yeah, but maybe we can even do a little bit of streaking here with some of these darks. Just bring some of those down. Again, like a blending brush here. So yeah, we had, well, one of our Adepticon classes was a basing class. Actually, well, two of them were. Oh, thanks, Captain Madlove. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Those little vittles right there. Guess what they'll go for is we'll try and snag some more of these, right? So we can do some more fun with the basing. So thank you so much, Captain Madlove. I appreciate that. I'm always kind of hunting around. Oh, look at this Bilbo's brush. That's like a whole kid right there. That's like a whole kid. Now, of course, we have ourselves a different Bagginses here. I do have a Bilbo figure somewhere. We'll have to paint him up, but that's a different Baggins right there. And thank you so much, Geeking Out Gaming. It's like, ooh, yeah, there was just a Hobbit in here. You never see Hobbits around here. It's like, yeah, I think Treebird stepped on him. It's like, oh no, he stepped on the two annoying ones. That was the good one. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. And thank you so much, Bilbo's brush. And of course, thank you, Captain Madlove. Really appreciate that. That is very helpful. There was there was some 40K vehicle files too that were really spectacular. There is one. Imagine a Lehman Russ that looks just like a Sherman tank, mostly like a Sherman Firefly, really. That's one I've got to get because I think that would be really fun to paint. And of course, you can do lots of weathering on that because, tanks, right? Possibly some crazy freehand. I'm going to get some darks on this, and then I got to come back in here with some of those lighter blues again. That's the cobalt blue we're using, believe it or not. Actual cobalt blue. No problem. Actually, Captain Madlove, well, yeah, I'll just send you on Insta, uh, like Pelennor, because you might have a little difficulty trying to find that one. So I'll try and get you that link too. And well, Make It Epic, I'm sure you've already found that one. It's their own website though. The that's what I was really confused. I kept looking for it on My Mini Factory and stuff, but no, it's their own website. So yeah, I kind of had to remember that. So thank you so much, Bilbo's Brush. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for those gift subs. That is much appreciated, and I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Those really those help too. And of course, well, Adama agrees, and so does everybody else apparently, because they all say we all. So, there. Bilbo's Rush. We've had some fun painting some really interesting files and doing some pretty crazy things with the oils, especially this one right here, where it was a combination. Now, this is a White Wolf Tavern bust right here. And since it's so darn symmetrical, I painted half of it in true metallic and the other half in non-metallic with the oils. And because I wanted to show how the two are so interrelated, right? They're not two different things. They're just two sides of the same coin, right? So disband, all of the oil stuff that I do, it's from start to finish. So 2 hours and 51 minutes ago, this guy was this. It was literally this same primer color, everything. And what we did was we put our darker colors over the top, again, the oil paints. Then we took makeup sponges here. And you can go back and watch all of the sessions here. I save everything as a highlight. It's like a YouTube channel. Speaking of YouTube channels, you can also go to my YouTube channel and we have lots of videos there too. We wipe some of the paint away and then we start to put those lighter, more opaque colors over the top, start to draw details like we're doing here. But again, it starts like this, right? And then we just put those darker, more what we call staining oil colors over the top, wipe them away, and then we start to build in the, well, and here I'm actually building in some more different colored darks there too. So Bilbo's Brush, what kind of stuff have you been working on over the, it's been a little while. Streamiversary. Here we go. So this is the Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Oh, and you want to see this too. So now we painted this in 54 mil. This is 72. Here was the one that we painted 3 years ago. Now this is acrylics. This is oils. Look at the darks, right? Look at how dark the darks are here. There was no black used on this. That was just indigo and Van Dyke Brown. Might have been a little bit of freehand on there too. Again, this is all done with the oils. All done with the oils. Now he's got a little bit of a flock added here. Now on CAD, I'm going to hit him with the anti-shine because, well, there was cadmium on him and that can be shiny at times. So we're going to hit that and try and take away some of the shine there. Let me see. Working on the non-metallic and the TMM. Well, Bilbo's Brush, yeah, that latest Patreon video. I didn't think anybody had ever done true metallic and non-metallic on the same exact piece. Because I was originally going to do, one and one and then one with the other. And I thought it might be more educational for folks if they were to see both painted on the same miniature or the same bust or whatever. And I just got lucky with that White Wolf Tavern bust in that it's so symmetrical. So darn symmetrical. And of course, the oils just work for so many things. They're fantastic for object source lighting. They're fantastic for freehand. And actually, I've got a video that's going to be going up on the YouTube channel, but it's also it's also going to be up on YouTube here. Oh, by the way, Captain Madlove, here's some more of those basing bits. These are from Pelennor, those mushrooms right there. Now, see all the tattoo designs there? This was all, again, painted, what, about 5-6 hours or so, start to finish. I get all the tattoos all done with the oils, because freehand, so much easier to do with the oil paints. Well, everything is. And you saw the difference in the intensity of the color, right, and the darks with the oils versus the acrylics. The oils are also far more durable than the acrylics, which is really fantastic, especially when, well, you're doing your gaming miniatures, right? You want paint that's going to last pretty much forever, no matter what you do to it. That's handy. Oh, thanks, JP. So yeah, disband. Um, you can go check out, like I said, all of the past episodes. We do terrain as well. There's obviously lots of oil painting, but here's some of our terrain. Where is my? There we go. Yeah, we built both of those houses on stream and painted those. And here's some more of the terrain that we built. There's our watchtower and blacksmith. That windmill was pretty darn crazy. There's our archery range that we built. But oh, they're working in our metallics again, but then non-metallic here. And of course, here's our, whoops, no, there they are. There's our done landing, setting Rohan aflame. A little bit of object source lighting there, along with our Moria army, again, all painted on stream. Along with the Moria dragon, again, painted on stream. So, well, here's a little bit of freehand there on the Candish forces. And that terrain piece and the Medbury dwarves all painted on stream, just like those Armada ships. And we painted a ton of those. Tons of those. This is just a tiny fraction of the ships that we painted on stream here. Yeah, Bilbo, it's really amazing the stuff that you can do with those. And the fact that, yeah, it's not just the blending. I know that tends to be the centerpiece of the conversation, right? The blending with the oils, but there's so much more to them than just the blending. That fact that you get way more intense colors out of them, that they're more durable, and ultimately they're a lot cheaper. They are a lot cheaper than the certainly the miniature paints, because you don't need as much oil to paint a miniature as you do the acrylics. And of course, they're nice and easy on your brushes because it's not drying inside that metal ferrule like acrylics would be right now. Right? I mean, this brush could sit here for hours and I wouldn't have to worry about it. Unlike acrylics, where even as I'm painting with this stuff, it's drying inside that ferrule. And I'm just using regular artist oils. Now there are companies starting to make oils for miniatures. The latest would be Scale 75, and I've done some videos for the Patreon page of their new oil paints. I've done 2 of those now. I will eventually be doing one for the YouTube channel, as I'm going to get a little bit of some highlights there on those metal elements right there. But yeah, they're definitely cheaper in the long run because you're not using as much. You also don't need as many. I mean, not that I had a lot of acrylic paints either, but you sure will not have lots of oil paints. Not at all. You just don't need them. I mean, here we did not that many different colors, and we mixed. We had some fun mixing colors. Actually, I still got to get some of my lighter blues onto our lizard man here. And like you were saying, Bill, what timing is a thing, right? You have to learn the timing of maybe when you just give that paint a chance to set up. And of course, ideally, you're working on multiple miniatures at the same time, or something that's real big. All right, but you really want to try and work on multiple figures or multiple projects at one time so that you can actually let that paint set there, sort of like bread in the proving drawer. Instead of just direct into the oven after you've mixed the dough, you put it in the proving drawer. Okay, so yeah, we've got those look a little bit more like metal now that they've got some sharper edges and maybe a few highlights on them too. Okay, that's one of the things that happens when folks are using the oils for the first time. Tend to get too much paint on the miniature, and part of it is they're used to the acrylics where you're just piling paint on the miniature. With the oils, you need so very little paint, so little paint. Not like the acrylics again because, well, the paint's not drying on you as you're using it, so you won't have to pile that on there. Now, what am I looking at here? That's looks like those are actually more like bone pieces right there. Then we're gonna get some of the lighter reds there on these little gems. So that's gonna be something we'll do right now. Maybe with this, a little bit of our cadmium scarlet over here. Yeah, let's use this. Yeah, and well, Bilbo, now have you done the little color chart things that we talk about all the time? Because man, I know Dano was you were just doing a bunch of those, and they were super helpful, right? Uh, I really recommend doing those, and it's pretty darn simple, right? All you've got to do is it's just something like this, right? You take a color, burnt umber, and mix it with some of the other colors that you use on a regular basis. Now here we've taken it a little bit further, where we did this is a Terra Rosa color chart with the radiance, and then we did this, right? And this is all part of one of my tutorial videos. Then we did a miniature. There it is. So I'll just do this. So it started with the color chart, went to the portrait, and then to the miniature. So this is all one video right here. And that's kind of an exercise I would recommend, actually. I would recommend that exercise. I mean, it doesn't have to be a perfect portrait, right? It's not something that, but just try something like that. It's a good way to kind of learn how to maybe do some eyes as well. Now here, how much lighter do I want that red to be? Not that light. So I'm coming back here. There we go. That's more just the fanchon red. That's better. Yeah, Bilbo, the nice thing is that you end up with some color reference charts too. So let's say it's been a long time since you last used what is that like purple matter or something like that, and you want to see, you know what I want to use this as part of a color scheme on this army, and you could just go back and kind of consult that, and that way you could go, oh man, I haven't used this purple matter in a while, I need to use this again. So yeah, I'm gonna get a little lighter down there over here too. So yeah, Bilbo's brush, it's been there's oh, it was the Luminath. That's right. It was the Luminath Army Painting series where I just kind of brought out the old color charts, and oh, looks like it's nighttime for Kathy, and I see Sambo and I see Winnie the Pooh, and I see a Cheepy Bird too. I see all three of them. They're all going to sleep with Kathy. So everybody says good night to Kathy and Sambo and Winnie the Pooh and Cheepy. So good night to Kathy. So yeah, Bilbo's brush. It was so fun to have those and just kind of look through and then go, you know what, here, we'll pick these 3 colors. And that was, where's our prancy little elves? Here we go. So these guys right here, I know I wanted to use the interference colors, but there was phthalo green, uh, Egyptian violet, I think, and no, the quinacridone magenta and purple madder. I hadn't used purple madder in forever, and I said, man, I kind of forgot about that color. We should use that. So again, I strongly advise doing those little color chart things because again, it's a nice little record to have. Yeah, I think what she'd been playing. I think she'd been doing Valheim and listening to Pyro Club. I believe so. I'm gonna take a little bit of that lighter red and let that creep over this way just a bit more. What about this arm? Well, yeah, we'll do the same here. Same here too. We'll let some of the red work into the blue. Let some of the blue work into the red. And of course, these Archvillain figures here, they really like their texture. Now I've got to get some group pictures up of the Walrus Men. I don't know if you saw those. Bilbo's, but all of the what was it called? Frostburn horrors. That was it. That was it. Yeah. And again, all of those, they were done as part of my Patreon page, and Armored Wolf has been kind enough to post a link to the Patreon page. You do that Army Painter pledge level, no kidding, you are going to get about 1,100, possibly close to 1,200 hours worth of tutorial videos. And even if you can binge all of those, I do about 20 hours of new videos every single month. So you'll never get caught up. It's all of your other streaming services, well, they kind of run out of content, right? And they sort of leave you hanging for a while. Yeah, that's not how the Patreon page works. And this is the latest video. This is going to be going up on the channel tomorrow. I was testing out those scale 75 oil paints on actual miniature here. This is part of my Dark Sword pledge level. We were doing tiny little details on the face and also some freehand. I just wanted to see, is it possible with those paints? Because not all, well, especially non-artist oil miniature paints tend to be less than spectacular. So I was kind of testing those out so that you wouldn't have to maybe purchase those and perhaps be a little bit disappointed in them. Now, these crazy, there's a bunch of the spikes over here. I just realized I'm going to just get these darker first, and then we'll come back in with our lighter colors once that sets. There's another one over here, another one over here. Okay, that's better. Now, some of these gemstones here, got to get some separation there. I think we're pretty good everywhere else. It was just those couple. Get the end of the blowpipe there. Sarge is home. So Tuesdays at 7 or 6 Central and at 8 Central, and on Thursdays. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, catch JP. Again, give JP that follow, please, so that you can be ready when he goes live. So Sarge, I hope that wasn't too stressful of a day at work, and that maybe you got well, at least tomorrow maybe to be able to hang out. And I don't know if you've got miniature painting planned or if it's stuff around the house, because well, that happens too. That happens too. Now I think what might be happening is I might be painting at least one more of these here. So I might be painting this on stream tomorrow, and then potentially also maybe some more of the elks here too. Those again are from Diwali. Hey, AWOL Nation, nice to see you again. What is it? So it's 10:59 here. So well, midnight on the Eastern time zone there. And thanks again, Mad Love, for the raid. I appreciate that, and oh, thanks for the donation too. That is certainly appreciated, and that's gonna help get us some more basing bits, because there was a couple of other files that I had found that I thought could be very unique and very helpful. Boy, there's still a couple more of these little spikes here that never did get the darker color, so we'll hit these and these. So we gotta do a lot of stuff here on the tail, I think. All right, Bilbo's brush. Thank you so much for all the gift subs too. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You know that really that helps a lot here. Appreciate all of the subs and the bitses and the cheers. Do I need to lighten up? Yeah. Here's my lighter blue, like so. Man, it's the darndest thing. This just looks so dull. But on the miniature, it just has a whole different look. It's very much like the way some of the cadmiums work, like the cadmium scarlet even. When you've got it on the palette, it looks really dull and dark. Then you put it on the miniature, and man, it just transforms itself. Now here again, we have to make sure we add a little opacity to that cobalt blue, because cobalt blue has no opacity. Yeah, Sarge, it's certainly been that here. Pretty much non-stop with the rain here. I'm hoping that kind of ends for at least a few days, if not like, I don't know, about 10 years or so. That would be nice. That's already got to deal with the work there tomorrow. I know sometimes Sunday is the work day and sometimes Saturday is the work day. And then, of course, there's random interruptions that happen that flip that schedule around, of course, as we had a little bit more of our lighter blue now on this side here. Oh, and by the way, this is just 3 hours, 12 minutes in. 3 hours and 12 minutes ago, that's what you had. You had primer. So all this done in the last 3 hours and 12. And I might just paint the other guy in this color here because I think it's fun. It's kind of a fun color scheme. And I haven't had a chance to kind of paint a group of guys that all sort of have the same look to them. So that might just be fun to see them all together if they're all that same color. And we'll do some light there. More on this part of the tail down here. Thank you so much, Disband. I appreciate that. Gandalf loves all the little hobbitses. All the Gandalfs do. All like 5 of them now. It's like, oof. Dude, man, that must be rough with no arms, man. It's like, yeah, tell me about it. You would think when guess what? When they bring me back, here was my special prize. I got a white cloak. Serious? That was it? Yep. Sword was the same. Stick was the same. I got a white cloak. The other guy gets his name on the cloak. Me, not so much. Yeah. Boy, Gandalf, he's getting really bitter in his old age. I guess that's what happens when you're a Meyer and you've been around for just that long. Yeah, poor old Gandalf. He's getting mighty, mighty bitter. He's not happy about Sam being the hero of the story. He's a little bit jealous that all he got. He's like, I died killing fighting a Balrog, and all I got was this lousy white robe. There's a, who's gonna make some merch out of that? Somebody needs to make merch out of that. That would be hilarious. I'm gonna stick with the lighter blue here for right now. Stick with the lighter blue. Yeah, a little bit more in here too. What did I use here? I took the yeah, a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale, some of the indigo, and we'll just capture a couple little lights that were right on the ends of the claws there. These still pretty dark. Let's see if we can snag a little bit of light on these. There we go. And again, I don't mind if some of that existing indigo mixes with it because that's kind of the point, right? Why would I want to mix up a whole bunch of layers on the palette over here when I could pretty much just take mostly the brilliant yellow pale, pop that on there, maybe even take a blending brush and then mix the two together. It's a natural time saver. Just saying. Couple of more of those. That's that same, almost like a bluish color there. And letting that even work its way onto the tree. And there's that blending brush we were talking about, right? Just slap the color on there, take this blending brush, and then move that around. Here we have that's back again to the indigo mixed with some of the brilliant yellow pale. We'll start to get a little light on these spikes. I don't want those to be warmed up too much with the Terra Rosa because they'll just really stand out too much from all of the blue that's here. There's a lot of these little spikes here. Now, Sarge, were you gonna freehand all of the Black Templar iconography on those things, or were you going the decal route? I think well, I'm sure they got decals now, lots of them. I think they always had them, but I'm not sure if they've kind of done some new versions of those or whatever. Seems like they did. Yeah, I just needed to get a little more of the dark right in there. I'm gonna see here on these stones right here. Do I need to go more dark on those, or can I just get in and do my lightest lights on them first? I know there's a couple areas around the outer edge that I would like to darken. And now here, I'm just gonna dry brush a little bit of that phthalo green over this here. Might even thin it down a little more. A little phthalo green there. I'm gonna actually do some, minus the fuzz right here, but do some darker brown. There, that's some Van Dyke brown there. Okay, well, and of course, a good way to, you draw it several times, right? Just literally draw it on a piece of paper a bunch of times. Then maybe try and draw it at, say, the actual size it's supposed to be. And then maybe paint it, obviously not on the miniature itself, but just paint that up on some other surface, maybe even just on a shoulder pad that's on a sprue, and kind of build up that muscle memory, and then maybe go ahead and paint that on the miniature once you've kind of got that, again, that muscle memory going on. Now here, I want to see if I can't. There we go. Now we've got ourselves some nice little edges set up here. That was looking a little soft, a little smushy. Just sharpen up the edges on that. Move this over here out of the way. Maybe I'll even try to lighten up the spikes back here a little bit. Somehow we got that red over there, and it's going to take, I don't know, whatever the heck I see here. And I'll just dry brush that right over it, and that's it. So the leaves over here, I want to see if I can maybe lighten this a little more. Brilliant yellow pale into whatever the heck is there. There's some. Yeah, these are from Archvillain 3D prints. The base is separate from the miniature, so you could, if you wanted to, just use the base. Yeah, you could print out a bunch of these bases. You could print them out smaller, right? You can shrink that down to 40 mil. You could shrink it down to 28 mil or 32 mil or something like that, and just use the base. And I'm sure it would look fabulous as just a base for any other miniature. Doesn't have to be an Archvillain one. That's really some of the great things about the aspects of the 3D printing is the versatility of it. And Sarge, I think you saw those 3D printed bits, the new ones that I printed from Make It Epic Basing with those kind of juniper trees and other stuff. Yeah, those were, wow, those were fabulous. Let's see now if I can get some of the lighter stuff on the underside of a few of these cracks. Let me see if I can do this here. If it's too much, we'll just wipe some of that away. But maybe some of the bigger ones, yeah. Let's see what happens on this side. There's a couple of bigger ones here, so we'll just take this, lighter color. This is another reason why it's easier to do things like the freehand with the oils, right? Because I can put that little dot of paint on the end there, and then just let it sit there. Whereas with the acrylics, I mean, I only know because, well, I've worked with acrylics for a long, long, long time. No sooner do you try and march that brush over to the miniature, and that little bit of paint is already dry, and it's you can't use it, and that's frustrating. That was not fun when that would happen. Yeah, storage, and there's so many simple little freehand things that you can do, right? You sort of incorporate the Black Templar symbol and maybe just a little bit of filigree around it. There's any number of the different heraldry type things, right? You go check that out on, I just do a little Google search or something like that, some heraldry or filigree or something like that, and you find yourself a pattern that could be interesting. I mean, even the miniature that I was painting last night, I got the freehand idea just from looking literally at the miniature itself. I said, well, there's kind of this crisscross pattern, a little bit of Celtic knotwork. I'm going to see if I can do a very simple version of that on the cloak. So sometimes just what the miniature will tell you what the freehand pattern should be. Yeah, Sarge, the Make It Epic, there's a whole set, right, of the concrete, the blasted concrete stuff. I was sort of tempted on that, but that's something that I do all the time with the Sculpey. And it's not like it wouldn't take less time. It's just, well, I can do that with the Sculpey. Some of the more organic things, like the trees and the branches and all that, and those little plants. Oh, that would be a royal pain in the backside. And then of course, well, things like this, right, from Pelennor, these little braziers and stuff, and the bottles and other things. Those not so easy to sculpt those. Now, Green Stuff World and other, they sell obviously cast versions, but there's only one of them, or they're not quite the right scale, and that happens all the time. Let me see if I just added a little more weight to this. That might be too much, but I think there's maybe a couple of parts of our blue here that could benefit from that. How thick or thin this has to be, not sure until I actually get some of the paint on here. And let's see what happens when we do this here. Yep, a little lighter on the knee here. It might, I don't know, I was tempted to go back and do some darks on that, but I think we'll just let this lighter blue do the talking there. I'm also going to see if I can get just a couple of the, yeah, lighter scale on this part of the tail because it's not quite as in shadow as much as here where you've got the branch hanging over it and the rest of the lizard there. So I think as much as I would love to do maybe a different color scheme, it could be fun just to see this the same color scheme but on a different base. I don't know. It's of course doing the different color schemes. I know those Slan was very fun. Maybe here we try and do more of a greenish type thing there. So maybe more of a classic type of a color scheme or something. I don't know. I will throw a couple of lighter there. Just a few lights, not too many. Same over here. There's an awful lot of texture on the Archvillain figures. They really love to put texture on these guys. The walrus guys, even the trolls, but especially the walrus guys from that. I think that must have been, that was the December pledge level, or pledge, the Frostgrave Horrors. I think that's what it was called. Frostburn Horrors, that's what it was, not Frostgrave. Frostgrave is the game. That's a little different. That is a wee bit different. Alright, we never did get the... I guess we did maybe get the lightest red on the little gems here. Maybe I just never did that one. Did that one. Did that one too. So I'm just going to try and fade those a little bit. That, I think I'm going to make that a little lighter here. This is that radiant magenta mixed with a little bit of our orange cadmium scarlet there. I'm gonna go, what the heck, I'm gonna take actually some of the white and mix in there. That's really, wow, that's light. I think I might have to thin it down too because it's been a while since we last worked in this area. So, and look where my hand is on the brush, closer to the back of the brush than the front of the brush. None of this here because, well, first of all, can't reach the miniature. Second of all, this actually gives me way more leverage, way more control. In some parts of the world, I think they call that leverage. Yeah, but you can see I can. Brush is not bouncing around, is it right? Look, it's totally not moving around. way more stability. I know it doesn't seem like that should be the case, but boy, it really is. You can see I can do all these. That's how I do all the little freehand stuff. Same thing. Whoops, wrong. I want to get into this lighter stuff over here. And I'm going to pop a couple of lights into that. Maybe some over here too on his shoulder especially. This arm, well, first of all, these guys will need a little bit of light on. Then, first place I might go with this is here. Could possibly come back with some darker red under there, but I think we're kind of good. I think we're good on that now. More of our light here. Bam. Yep, taking in a little bit more of our lighter red there. And this too. Now, if I make it too light, our blue is not going to have quite the same impact. Here, though, I'm going to actually not go to that brightest red. I'm going to go to this. And there's a, yeah, see that? Even the teeth down here, need to do something with those. Let me do this again. And I hope you could see there's just a couple of the scales right there. Yeah, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Further on down the line here, I'm going to switch to more of the Fanchon red here. Like that. Over here, it's actually some of that brownish green color. Just to make those, again, separate from all of the red here. I just don't want to have that kind of isolated light color. I mean, it's just not going to make any sense. Same thing, boy, with these guys. And then I've got to go another step up on that. Let's just use this. A little bit of brilliant yellow pale mixed with that same color here. And now those are a little lighter, making a little more sense. But maybe not lightened as much as these, because those are sitting up on the top of our lizard, aren't they? And again, this entire thing, the base, our chameleon Croxagore, it was just like this 3 hours and 33 minutes ago. It was nothing but primer. So all I can say is the power of the oils is great. What it can let you do. Obviously, for me, needing to paint faster is a huge thing because, well, that's what I do for a living. But for folks that only get an hour or two, maybe if over the course of an entire week to do any painting at all, well, guess what? Being able to paint a lot faster, that would be quite significant for you too. That means that you would be able to buy twice as many miniatures as you already have, because nobody has enough miniatures sitting around. Actually, Sarge, now you're done doing some of your purges, right? Because I know it wasn't all that long ago that you had done a little bit of a removal of some of the stuff that you just said, I'm never going to get to this. Where's my blending brush here? This is kind of our micro blending brush. Yeah, same here. Just going to take that, spread that around. So Cobra Snake also doing the purge right there. Now, what's interesting is that, believe it or not, the 3D printing has actually kind of saved. There's some miniatures that I thought, well, maybe I'll never ever be able to do anything with those. But because the printing maybe, let's say it was an army idea, and being able to print maybe some of the monsters of it. Now the little smaller infantry miniatures that I had, well, they served more of a purpose because maybe I actually could make that army just by virtue of taking the 3D printed monsters, making that work, or the bases, or just filling out the rest of an army, whereas all I had was just a few miniatures from a faction. And that's kind of a big deal there. So it just might, who knows, maybe it saves some of those older miniatures that you're kind of thinking you may never get a chance to use. So Sarge has another purge coming. So Sarge, I guess that Bones 75,000, whatever number they're on now, I guess there was some dragon that they announced for that, and that kind of brought it back to life, because that was that Kickstarter was, well, since they started that one about 3 minutes after the last one, I think people weren't quite ready for another Bones Kickstarter. Let me see what happens here when we take that phthalo green and we mix that with a little bit of the Indian yellow here. Just gonna find a spot for it and we'll see what happens, because I wanted to take some of that very bright but also maybe darker green and get that into the eyes here, because it's all just kind of light right now. That might be too light. Where's a little bit of that? Yeah, too dark anyways here. See what happens with this. I think that just does tone it down a little bit. So the 30th anniversary dragon there. Oh, thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the YouTube channel. The latest video is all about the crushed glass snow from Armored Wolf Productions. Yeah, glad I got that extra dark in there. So this, doing all of the crushed glass snow and the icicles. See the icicles on the branches there? That was all, again, part of that video. That's up on the YouTube channel right now. In a couple of days, we'll be putting up another video that's from one of our Twitch sessions, and it really focuses in on the freehand design of one of those frameworks miniatures that we painted. Yeah, Sarge, I mean, there's the indestructibility of it, but there definitely there's going to be some downsides to it, aren't there? And of course, depending on how that's now, I don't know if they would be using that new bones material on it, or if with the dragons they still use the softer, smushier bones material. Again, not the last bones miniatures I ever got to paint here were bones 2, maybe. Yeah, I don't even think I have any bones 3 miniatures here, much less, what are they on, 6 or something? A little warmer green on those leaves back there. Then we'll see if I can take some of that lighter turquoise, which literally is here, turquoise, and a little touch of the phthalo green. Thin it down probably, and let me see what I can get in here. So I can get a little more light in there. Not as light as I thought it was going to be. Now, there it is. And some there too. One last little dot of it there. Good enough. Yeah, I might actually throw a little bit of that over there too. Just for funsies, and then we'll see what is happening up here with these little shapes. So I think Sarge maybe had a chance to paint 2 miniatures with the bones black. Look, I did just put some of the turquoise on this. Yeah, and I'm going to do some more of that. Going to do some more of that. And that basically it's going to make this stand out from the rock a little bit more. Again, that is quite literally some bright turquoise being thrown onto my rock surface there. Just to change things around a smidge. Where's the rest of that? Here it is. It's mostly radiant turquoise. There is a little bit of the phthalo green on there too, I have to say. Now this up here, there's not really a metal surface there. We got to change that around. I'm going to take some of this maybe. Yeah, there was too much in the way of lights there. Now, where's that? Here we go. A little bit of the brown matter. Sometimes you must have dark to show light. So we darken things down so that maybe now, if I come back into this with some light, that has a little more impact. Let me see what happens here. There. This line here, and then another little dot up there. So yeah, those lights have more impact than they did before because, well, there was nothing to contrast it with. If you don't have any dark, you can't have any light. That's kind of how the physics things work with light. Serge, would you say that's successful? Just kind of run of the mill? I have no idea. I know there's somebody that's been posting charts or whatever, and I guess he was very much distraught until yesterday or whatever, or today, when they did the big old dragon thing. Ooh, see what we did over there? We got to do a similar thing over here. I think we got some of the darks in place. We're just going to do something like that and move that around a little bit. So yeah, it might just be, maybe they need to give the bones thing a bit of a rest for a while. Let people, well, especially too, there's people have maybe 1 or 2 extra costs to deal with these days. Maybe let people get out from under that stuff, and then maybe do another one. It might be much more successful. I know that it's not necessarily easy on them either. I mean, I haven't done a Kickstarter that wasn't anywhere near as big as theirs. They're not easy to get through. Now, Sarge, do you think this will be the first one where they make most of the stuff here in the US? I was wondering if that might also be part of the calculation that since they can make the stuff here, or, well, soon will be able to, that might have a little change in the calculus. Now, so what I've done there, that's some of those lighter, that's actually that same turquoise color, believe it or not, some of that same turquoise. What I would like to do though is I see this here, I'll just take this, we'll take some of that Terra Rosa, some of the brown matter here. And again, this is very much a dry brush. And you see how that's got a little bit of a reddish brown to it there? It was starting to look very much the same. Again, see that? That's a little bit of a reddish tint, and it's barely more. I mean, you can barely see it there, right? It's sort of on the darker side too. It's not like it's very light. However, see how there's a little bit of a reddish color in there now? Ah, speaking of red, look at this. See how appropriate that was? See how appropriate that was? We got Valendar the red. Everybody, please give Valendar a follow. And of course, Valendar, I saw your latest thing that you posted to the Instagrams there. That was also looking very nifty. So everybody can check out Valendar the Red also on Instagram and see some of the nifty paint jobs that Valendar's been cranking out. Yeah, Sarge, that's what I figured is that was the whole point of it, right? That they wouldn't have to worry about that kind of thing anymore, which is only going to happen more and more and more. So Valendar, yeah, if you want to pop in the latest thing that you did on Instagram there, because it was either earlier today or yesterday that I saw that. Look at the difference. Look at the difference that little bit. See that? See, look at there, there. That's just a little bit of Terra Rosa mixed with some brown matter. There's nothing very bright or intense about that. However, the stuff it's up against is very gray, very neutral, so it makes it look that much more intense. Also, now that starts to separate from this, right? We put the turquoise in here. Now we're actually getting a little bit of a reddish brown over in here. This too could help to also separate a little bit more from the leaves from these trunks here. And again, these are fabulous 3D prints from Archvillain miniatures. I think this is their August pledge from last year. And of course, well, lizards. And of course, their Egyptian stuff. Two of my faves. No surprise to anybody that knows the channel here. As we seek to create again another nice little sharp edge there. See that? Sharper edge. It was just a little bit dulled down. That is much sharper now. Yeah, there we go. So again, everybody please check out, go check out Valendar the Red. Check out his Instagram. Some very fantastic painted miniatures. So Valendar, how many, I know you've been doing a bunch as all part of the big kind of mega project here. I don't know if that's getting close to conclusion and then another project starting up. This is mostly Van Dyke Brown. There's maybe a touch of the black spinel in there. So what I'm going to do is widen that out so that little white, right, cuts through that peel. We already have that over here, so I don't need to do that on that side. I'm going to go to more of an Egyptian violet. Possibly let some of the, yeah, got a little bit of the quinacridone magenta get in there. And we're going to see if we can't, especially right here on the face, make a couple of these scales really stand out a bit. Yeah, I'll try and make those stand out a bit more. The Egyptian violet is, well, very intense color, very dark. Quinacridone shifts it just a little bit. And because both of those colors they're also very thin, really easy to get down in here and do some of these little, see these little dark things that we're kind of separating the scales a little bit. So the campaign stuff just about done. Well, that has to feel really good. And just kind of painting now for kicks. That is really cool. And well, you know what, I'm gonna let a little dark work its way here too. Why not? A little bit of dark there. Thank you so much, JP. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that. That's a sad sight there, JP. That's a sad sight. And again, also, too, everybody, please give JP that follow. Again, JP just did mention the streaming schedule there, those days during the week and the times. So be sure to follow JP so that you can also join JP on those streams. Oh, actually, JP, now, I guess too, you could tell what sort of stuff that you might be streaming over the next week or so if you have a good solid idea what it is you'll be painting on stream. Yeah, Sarge, I was gonna say I thought this one was significantly lower than the other ones, so it actually is okay. I was gonna say, wow, they really they turned the corner pretty darn fast. Now, of course, you know, there's always there could be something that they pull out on the last 48 hours or whatever that, and people always are kind of coming in at the end anyways, right? That's what makes those things such a bugger, is because, you know, you have to live and die each and every moment with what's going on with it, but really the big thing is the last 48 hours. But you just can't let it languish for however many other days it's going. Tempted to, where's the, okay, so we got this here, it's got the darker stuff on it. I'm going to do this on the underside here. Just a quick little dry brushy, darker there, like just like that. It's the same thing that we did with the Terra Rosa. And again, that was painted over. That was painted over coat, several different layers. Yeah, definitely. I know that the per pledge amount was low. All kinds of stuff was lower there. Again, I think wasn't necessarily the most ideal time to do one of those. And I think people were, they've maybe got some other concerns going on right now. And that's all understandable. I might, yeah, I'm gonna do this here with some of that darker green there. Pop some right down in there. And then maybe back to some of the lighter stuff here. Sometimes gotta just go back. Well, it was a little too thick there, so I'm just going to take that and we'll just spread it around. Because the miniature is your palette, right? So it's like I just transferred the palette to the miniature and then move the paint around. That's all I gotta do. So some Black Seas ships, that's really cool. Now, JP, do you have those that rigging stuff that they created? It was pretty ingenious. It's sort of a, oh gosh, it's sort of a clear plastic, right? Very thin clear plastic. And just your ropes that you're going to have on either side of their mast so that you can get up the side of them, right? And I guess too, JP, you can still use those for Armada, right? Because well, Armada it has a bunch of the Black Seas rules in it, so that should be very fun. I actually haven't had painted for all of the Armada ships that I've painted. I haven't painted any of the Black Sea ships yet. Now there, you know what? I'm gonna get some of my lighter blue back, and that's the cobalt blue mixed with the here some of the radiant blue. I'll go with something like this here, and there's a couple of. I think I need to get some lights on his foot there. Man, that's lighter than I thought it was going to be, and that it's so wild to see this cobalt blue that on the palette just looks very dingy gray, like a bluish gray. And then you get it on the miniature and it has a very, very different look. Hey, Punishment, how you doing? So yeah, oh, and some of the rat lines too. That's going good. Now again, I haven't played with any of that stuff. Again, I have not painted any of those ships, so hopefully that works out really well and they're lots of fun to do. And not like dealing with decals. So Punishment, I think you saw the streams where we did, here we go, where we did these lads right here. Actually, this is the return once again of cobalt blue. Yes, some cobalt blue there. So Punishment, I hope that you're doing good, having yourself a decent Friday. Well, now, for a lot of folks, it's Saturday. Still not quite Saturday here yet. We got 14 minutes of Friday yet to go. And I do believe for Saturday, we'll maybe try and at least do this one other one right here. Will it be the same color scheme as that one? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I think I would like to do a different color scheme, but I think maybe something in that phthalo green-ish range. And who knows? Nah. Well, I don't think I really want to add a flaming skull there. Though, like Punishment. So we had a. This was one of the big things of the week right here. This is that busted that you heard me talking about where we split it in half, and one half was painted in the non-metallic, the other half painted in the true metallic, with the oils, of course, and that was really interesting. That was very fun. I wasn't sure how that was going to work, but it seemed to work out just fine. So that was extra cool. Again, wasn't sure what was going to happen with that, but really glad that I did it. And I think people will be able to get some knowledge out of that video. Just going to shoot some of the cobalt blue down in there. Let me see. Punishment. Check out the blog and check out all of my posts on Memoir 44. Because we didn't just play that as a board game. We were getting 1/72nd scale infantry to use as some of the specialty stuff. We were getting, what is it, 1/100 scale or 1/1000 scale tanks to use again as the specialty stuff. And we actually made terrain for it. Yes, so instead of the little tiles and the boards and all that kind of stuff, we actually made terrain for that. That was, I really enjoyed the heck out of Memoir 44. I haven't had a chance to play that in years, unfortunately. Really enjoyed that. And DPA, I really love that because well, you got the campaigns that you can do, and you got the really big boards, like say you want to do Siege of Tobruk or something like that. So I highly recommend Memoir 44. I've played, I don't know if I've played the Pacific. No, I haven't played that yet. Yeah, punishment. Just if you go to the blog and all you have to do is do a search, there is a little search thing, and just search Memoir 44. You should be able to find all of those blog posts. Because, man, I enjoyed the heck out of that. And you could play, there was a lot of replayability to it, which is really fantastic. Oh, and the other thing that I loved is that you play both sides. So you play the Axis, you see how many of the objective things you can do, and then you switch sides, and then you play the other side, and it's the two scores combined together. That is what determines. It's not just because usually there's a disadvantaged side, so you need to do as much as you can when you have the advantage side, and you need to make the other side obviously have to pay a hefty cost. So yeah, that was my favorite part about it, is that you had to play both sides. There was no, I've got this ideal army and yours stinks, therefore I win. It was just imagine, you show up at a tournament with an army that's got more of a theme to it, and the other guys all have the most beat stick stuff you could possibly imagine. And then imagine forcing them to have to use your army, and then you get the beat stick stuff. And then you really find out exactly who really is better. So I found that infinitely entertaining. And there's just so many different scenarios and maps and everything. It was funny because there were some old timers. They said, "Oh yeah, that's garbage compared to ASL." And I said, "Yeah, really?" In ASL, you can tell exactly where something's gonna go because of those hexes. Well, even bolt action, and there's really no terrain either, right? It's not. There's no up or down. There's just side to side. All right, I'm gonna lighten up the leaves and not feathers just a little bit there. So yep, punishment. That is what I enjoyed so much about it. Looks like we're gonna enjoy the presence of Dr. Rhino. We got a doctor in the house. So Dr. Rhino, boy, we got some things we got to chat about. And actually, Dr. Rhino, I don't know if you made an Instagram post out of your conquest figures that you showed me, but if you want to drop those in the chat, why not, right? Painted in oils. Yes, Dr. Rhino doing the oil stuff. Edward, nice to see you again. How are you doing? And of course, we're painting more 3D printed stuff here. These are from Archvillain Games. 4 hours ago, this guy was just primer, just like this. So all this done in the last 4 hours. Hey, Riot Sister, nice to see you too. And yes, Dr. N, we definitely had some there's been some Gandalf in here. Yeah, punishment. Those were really, really fun. So and show them the terrain stuff that we did, because actually it was better. So instead of like, oh, what's under here, right? So you got there's a unit on a hex, and you do this. It's like, well, they know that you've either got a card for that or something. Hey, Roxy Derivator, how you doing? So Dr. Rhino, we see the return of Cobalt Blue, just like this guy here. We did the Cobalt Blue. cobalt blue here. It's weird. The lizards are bringing out the cobalt side of things here. And they're not kobolds, just cobalt blue. Yes. And Dr. Rhino, I almost said, yeah, the Dominion, your Dominion stuff there was looking fantastic. Now, I will break out this one here. So, wrong side. So here it's really kind of you got these flowing armor plates, right? And flowing armor plates here, whereas your stuff was all broken up into those little tiny plates. So very, very difficult to try and do that even here. Once it gets down in those smaller plates. So yours was just broken into so many little plates there. And I'm hoping, well, oh, this is a new army painting series that I'll be doing on these guys right here. So now these will have, obviously, this is going to be TMM because, reasons, right? Oh, thanks, Punishment, for posting the link there to it. Yeah, there's so many fun articles we were able to do about that. And, of course, Bolt Action, too. All right, Roxy. And, oh, here's, so Dr. Reno, I think you saw the Galadriel being painted, but now, again, these are 3D printed bits from Make It Epic. It's got a little bit of our flora and fauna there. And there we go. Please check out Dr. Rhino's post, that the fabulous conquest stuff. And yeah, Dr. Rhino, I don't know when they're going to be coming out with those cataphracts, but well, I painted 1 or 2 or 3 dozen cataphracts from Lord of the Rings, so it'd be interesting to see some cataphracts conquest style. So yeah, those are the horsies. And I guess that's, I don't know, probably a couple of months away or something like that. And therefore, I'm pretty sure they're for Dominion. And they sort of, well, they have a kind of a Byzantine look to them. Because the Byzantines also had, they had their cataphracts too. Alright, I'm just going to check a little bit of that lighter stuff down in here. Again, I'll just be taking my blending brush to that and smoothing some things out. I'm going to add maybe a bit more. So this is our brown matter, some Terra Rosa. I'll dry brush in a little more of that. Maybe even on these roots here. Just a little more separation. Yep. From the stone there. Just by virtue of doing that little bit of almost like an orangey brown there. And then here maybe on these stones also get a little bit of that reddish brown. So next month, so I'll work on them. I'll see if maybe they might be willing to pass those along this way, and then we could do a whole bunch of streams on them or whatever, and get more people doing the conquest thing. And I think maybe later tonight, as I'm doing my exercise thing, I'll check out those battle report links that you sent me there, so that I can at least just kind of get a feel for how that works. Now, speaking of our blue, I'm going to go back to some of that lighter cobalt here. Let's see what we can do with that. So, Roxy, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate that. I think it's been a little while. And right, sister, nice to see you as well. All right, I would like to, right here around his eye, just not too much. That's verging on being a little too light there. But again, that's cobalt blue. Oh, we haven't done one of these in a while. Watch what happens. Watch what happens to the red and the blue. You would think there's a big difference in value, but there's not. So a lot of this stuff appears very similar in value, doesn't it? You say, well, there's not much value contrast there. Well, there's a whole lot more to contrast than just light versus dark, as we show by bringing back our color. Bam, look at that. So between the greens, there's the turquoise, warmer greens. Even our reds, there's some warmer reds, some cooler reds in there. So glad that you're doing well, Riot Sister. That's the little bit of the quinacridone magenta, touch of the Egyptian violet. I'm going to see if I can't bring out a little bit of sharper edges on some of these scales here. They make the Archvillain guys, they're really big into having texture on their miniatures. When we did the Walrus guys, lots of texture. Even the Trolls had a lot of texture. So these guys, I want to make sure we don't lose that. So now, Dr. Rhino, what kind of units do you have already for your Dominion? I saw you've got the infantry there. I wasn't sure what kind of large beasties that they have, if any. I know that Mad Love was working on one of those Jotuns there for the new, whatever the Norse faction is called, I guess. Do I need to, I'm going to take that and just fade that a little bit. We might come back in, I don't know, with some more of the, maybe the Prussian blue slash cobalt blue here, though. Gonna take a little bit of indigo back into these claws here. They got a little bit too light, too far back. Here too, same thing. Gonna take away some of the lightness there. Do that on these lower claws. Thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Our latest couple of videos, again, was the one with the comparison of non-metallic to true metallic. And here's another video on the new Scale 75 oil paints. So we're testing them out freehand. Lots of little details on this guy, because Dark Sword figures are like that. These are all done with the oil paints. We start out with those darker colors, which we refer to as staining. Just means that when I take these makeup sponges and wipe some of that paint off, it leaves a little bit behind that looks suspiciously like a zenithal, except it's a little bit more active than that, because we can mix our subsequent colors into that, and that's where a lot of that free blending comes from. Actually, oh, Dr. Rhino, what well, on your bronze guys, which colors did you end up using as your pre-glaze colors? Because I don't remember exactly which ones you've got, but those, I'm going to have to tell Grim. Actually, I was talking to him earlier, but I just wanted to see how things were going with his family. Now, I got to show him those Gamlin paints that you found and see if he has played around with those at all. And of course, you'll have to let me know what kind of results that you get from those, because boy, it's really neat to have other folks kind of researching the oils like that, going, hey, you might want to try this. Check this out. So I do appreciate that, Dr. Rhino, and everybody else that is also Grim, Stila, Unexpected, all the folks, Green Fairy, all the folks testing out the different brands and then sort of giving me a little heads up on what they find. You know, maybe this is just no good, or this is really good, you got to try this. That is very much appreciated, because I can only try so many things myself. And sometimes I may not ever try it myself, but at least someone can just give me a heads up and say, yeah, tell folks from this area they can get this here. Even stuff like that is very helpful. Nah, Green Fairy painting an infinity miniature. So Green Fairy, hopefully you've really been able to enjoy those. I know they're kind of on the tiny side. They're sort of like the sci-fi version of Dark Sword miniatures. And I'm going to a little darken there. Darken that down too. And what we've been doing is adding a little bit of, actually, believe it or not, some of the turquoise from up here, putting that down onto this bit. And of course, here you can see what it was printed with. This is printed with the Soraya Smoky Black. So all of these, they're not really skinks. They're way too big for skinks. They're like twice the size, if not almost 3 times the size of a GW skink, easily 2.5 times. I would say the size of your typical GW skink. So pretty darn large. Yeah, Green Fairy, like I know I've told you a while back, though, it was the Infinity miniatures where I had to, out of desperation, figure out that whole green stuff glue technique. Because there's no way you're pinning some of that stuff. I mean, there's no way some of that stuff gets pinned. Ain't gonna happen. But you can get a little dot of green stuff in there. It's actually how sometimes, like this guy here, there's actually a little bit of green stuff keeping him level 2. This little terrain piece here. All right, I'm going to get Egyptian Violet, some of the quinacridone magenta. Do some separation on these shapes here. Yeah, Green Fairy, no way to pin any of those. Silly Mouse, nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. Well, I do wish I had the miniature that I was painting last night. I don't have that. That was one of those Diwali, really fantastic, basically not an elf on a shelf, but an elf on an elk. Yes, elves on elks. Not Elvis on an elk. That would be, I'm sure that's probably the most recent sighting of Elvis. He was riding an elk, I guess. I'm going to take a couple of our, yeah, some extra dorks in there now. Look at this, going almost all the way back to some of the earliest reds we put on here. Now that I got some of that dark there, I'm going to come back. Some of this light. Do I need to thin it down? Yeah, I'll thin it down. I can't thin it down too much because then it'll turn into the proverbial pin line wash. And don't want, look again where my hand is on that brush, closer to the back than to the front. Plenty of leverage here, right? No shakies or anything like that. Look at that, nice tiny little applications of paint there, right? I'd had that 3D printed Elkvis. So is that like part Elvis, part elf, part elk? Wow, that's oh gosh, what was like when they do those golems? Was that the one monster? Didn't Creature Caster do some kind of like Krampus? It was like a moose, a goat, a bird. It was like every critter in Canada or something like that combined into one critter. Yeah, oh, Green Fairy, boy. Well, you can never go wrong with an indigo pre-glaze, can you? But indigo with white, such a neat sort of a grayish steel color too. Got that just enough blue in it, but not too much. Yeah, Silly Massa, no death grip on. Look at this. I can't even reach it. But here, look at this. Look at my hand is nowhere in the bit. I only have 2 fingers. Look, no thumb. No thumb on that brush. Huh? See that? Look at that. Nice and easy, huh? No, look, come on. No thumbs. Yes, the opposable thumb. The hideous flaw of evolution. Who needs an opposable thumb? Forget tying shoelaces and all those other things. Nobody needs a thumb. Just think, if you didn't have a thumb, you wouldn't have a death grip on the brush. So you can either curse evolution or just keep your hand off of that metal ferrule. Or you could do both. Either way. Now what I need to do here is somehow either sneak those lighter reds down there or try and sneak some darker darks. I'm going to try the lighter reds first, couple little dots in there. And then maybe just leave that. Yes, we don't want to have that death grip on the brush, do we? Now, of course, these macho riders, if you look at these guys and see the foliage that I put on the bases, once these are dry, we're going to be adding some of that. So that from Luke's APS, those ferns right there, I really love those things, I have to say. Not too many places here. I mean, there's a little bit of foliage already happening on this, I think, so I don't think we have to go too crazy with it. I want to see if I can't chuck a little bit of a darker red down in those areas. I think we're okay there. So this is the quinacridone magenta. Actually, there's some fanchon red in there too. And then just a little kicker of Egyptian violet to kind of get that extra little bit of darkness to it. Just a little bit of extra dark. And we did add, as you can see, a little bit of the cobalt blue onto that carapace up there. I might do a little more of that just to see here. Boy, it's been weird to see cobalt blue just in like the space of maybe a month, not even a month, be used on 3 different miniatures. That is just unheard of. And there's nothing wrong with cobalt blue. It's really expensive. And if I'm using cobalt blue, especially for, say, my videos, my tutorials, and someone says, oh, I want to do what you're doing, I say, oh, go get yourself some cobalt blue. They'll say, whoa, hold on there. That's got some cost to it. So that's the main reason why I don't use the cobalt blue. Is it's that folks are going to want to do what I'm doing. They will feel like they've got to get that cobalt blue, and that is not cheap. I just figured on streams, right, people, they might just feel, okay, yeah, I won't bother getting the cobalt blue ore because it's not necessarily a lesson. And on stream, I can maybe be able to point out what some of the alternatives are a little bit better than, say, in a video where we just don't have the time. Now here, so we did go with the turquoise there on the feathers. Yes, feathers, not leaves. They not leave leaves. Might need to actually take a little bit of the light away from that blowpipe there. Yeah, it was a little too light there. Speaking of light, I'm going to see if I can maybe on the chompers there. I'll see if I can add, whoops, a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale to those, or something light. I'm just going to grab me some of this here. It's pretty thin down, but not too much. We don't want a pin line wash out of that, but let me see what I can do here on these. Actually, no, those are not chompers there. That's just, all right. We'll switch to this. That's the radiant magenta there, because those are not, I don't think those are supposed to be teeth right there. I don't think so. But what I do think is we got JP trying some bits. Thanks, JP. Oh my god. Oh gosh, look at there's one drop left. Look at that. See that? One drop left. Thank you so much, JP. Now, you know what? Well, I do have this ain't quite the same, but it's liquid, so we'll put some Gatorade in. At least we got something, because I could use a little something to drink here. So let's just put some of that in there, and then we can actually do a little bit of a toast like that. Thank you. Again, not quite the same as our medicine, but we'll make it do. See if I can do another roll right there. But now I gotta actually gotta go back the other way here. Like, oh, thanks, Edward. Thank you so much. Well, we'll be able to do another toast there because now we got ourselves some actual liquid in there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Of course, it's a little bit different. Kind of used to the what it does for the voice there. That is a little bit different, but thank you so much for the bitses, of course. That is much appreciated. So that is the Fanchon Red, little bit of the quinacridone magenta there. So I was getting a little bit deceived by the way I painted that, thinking that those were actually his teeth when they were not actually teeth. Notice this, we got Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf also says we should see some film noir. So we'll do this, and then we'll do a wee bit of film noir here. Film noir. What does that mean? What does it mean? Now watch what happens. There's going to be, no turquoise, no grays, no blues, no reds, and it's going to compress the values. Watch this. See how it almost looks like there's no shading there at all? Very little shading, right? Watch what happens when the color comes back and it's all this contrast just appears. That's color contrast right there. Again, the greens, I mean, this is lighter, like physically lighter, but a lot of these colors that are here, they are darn near the same value, but we have a difference, right, of the warmer reds, these cooler blues. So, Lady B, how you doing? Oh, thanks, Green Fairy. Thank you so much. So, yeah, again, not quite our usual medicine there. But we'll take a little bit of that anyways, and then we'll do a quick little film noir here for Lady B. Now, again, you don't see. Oh, this would be a good angle. We haven't really showed it from this angle. Look at that. It looks like there's practically no shading there. The shading is done with the color temperature, right? Look at how warm those reds are, and these blues. Actually, technically, those are warm blues. Cobalt blue is a warm blue. Why? Because it's got red in it. It has much more red in it. The Prussian blue, sort of red. Indigo's got an awful lot of green in it. So we're going to go back here to the radiant blue. I'm going to try and get some more lights on the tail here. Got to thin this down though. Hopefully not too thin. And JP probably is thinking that there's a couple of chapters strategically in the Book of Wapol that really talk about that sort of thing. Now, it's really good, especially since we just did that film noir. And we're really thinking about those alternative types of contrast that just for whatever reason don't get talked about very much at all. So here's our, I think it's going to be right here. So contrast, more than just light versus dark. When people get those, what would you say, their little critiques or whatever, all they say is more contrast. Well, you say what kind? Color contrast, edge contrast, value contrast, or color intensity contrast. There's so many different types of contrast, and that's really, really important there. Because we've got, well, here on some of our object source lighting, what do you got there? All this really warm color. They're a bunch of cool grays. Here, let's do a quick film noir on this, and that will infinite. Watch the object source lighting disappear, especially there. It's gone, all gone. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for the gift subs as we bring this back. Look at that's all just the orange. The value is the same. No difference in the values. The orange is warmer and more saturated. On the other side, much grayer, right? Much dingier. And thanks again, Armored Wolf, for those gift subs. Who got some there? Ah, Wicked Mini Painting. Boy, we haven't seen Wicked Mini Painting in a while. I'm gonna get some of this lighter green in here. Nice to see you again, Wicked Mini. Oh yeah, some lighter greens there. So Lady B, I hope that everything's going good. Lighten this up too. What about down here now? Of course, my thumb is going to be hitting that, potentially wiping away some of the paint. So let's see, the UV resin and color. Oh, it came off the base. Well, that's now I do know
So say we all.
that well, Edward Sugar just gave a gift sub onto JP. Look at that. There's it's dueling gift subs. There we go. And Dano is still around. And it looks like, do we have it here? Is it sitting over here? I think it is. What does that mean? He's like, man, what? We don't have these. We don't have these in Lustria. Uh-oh. There he goes. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. There it comes. Boom. There it is. Hype train. Hype train. Boom. Hype train. Hype train chugging along. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for making that happen. Appreciate that. Hype train is always fun. And thank you so much, Designs by L, for the gift subs. And Cobra Snake got a gift sub. Got that gift sub from Designs by L. Thank you so much, Designs. Appreciate that. You know that makes a big old difference there. Especially right around that time when you've kind of celebrate your affiliate status there. What's going to happen here? Got to get a little bit of the Indian yellow into some Terra Rosa, because this lost some of the oranginess. Kind of got a little bit faded there. This has a lot of green going in it. That's nice, but also need some more orange there. So thanks so much, Edward. Appreciate that. A little more green here. Now, a little more orange there. That's better. So we've got some of the green bouncing around in there. This is too much light. We're going to cut down some of the light there. Same over here. I'm actually going to go a little darker, a little more Terra Rosa mixed in with our Indian yellow, because that will also contrast with that cooler turquoise that we got there, right? All right, JP, thank you so much for everything. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody, please give JP that follow. And JP, if you want to remind folks when your streams are going to be happening there so that they know when they can expect to get those alerts, of course. Shall we do another little bit of dark? Right there. Yeah. Do that now. I'm going to come back over here where we've got our... Actually, I'm going to throw a little bit of the cadmium scarlet in there. And I think doing that, it frees up, yeah, the lights that we have there seem to really be doing so. Oh, you know what? Yeah, know what? Speaking of some more dark here, how about brown matter? Right here along this edge. Yep. I think that also does help a bunch. There we go. Yeah, that's... And I need one more light. Hopefully that's not too thin. It's got to go over here on this side. Yeah, just enough. All right, so thank you so much. Thanks you so much, JP. Now, here we'll show this again. And I think this is the good example right here. So you see you got the light that bounces off of that armor plate, and it shows here, but you see this dark that kind of continues right around that edge. So we got the reflection there, but we don't lose our light edge, but that edge looks lighter because, as Green Fairy Studio says, when in doubt, make things darker. So we darken things down like these edges here, and because eventually you can't make it any lighter. You can only go so light. You're going to have to darken it at some point. I'm going to use a little bit of the Egyptian violet here. This is more of an edge that I'm looking to get. Same thing right along there. That's what I need. Now I actually got to get some reflected light down here, which might just be able to happen with some of our green here. And this is minimal, man. There's not much. Again, look at this, where my hand is. Closer to the back of the brush, then to the front of the brush. Again, reflected light there. Reflected light here. Still trying to determine if there's something different I want to do on these feathers right here. Just haven't figured out exactly what I want to have happen there, which is fine. That's with the oils you can make mid-course corrections so easily. Take advantage of those. Take advantage. That's a fantastic ability of the oil paints. As we lighten this up here on the edge of the fingers, just need a little more contrast over there. Here, let's here was our train. Where is our train? Nope, that's not the one. This is the one here. He says, oh, come on, man. Come on. Chasing him away. Chasing him away, and that train's coming right for you, right there. Boom, get out of the way of the height train. Yeah, these are really fun, actually. I think it's just a couple of C batteries or something like that, and you know, we actually primed that another one of those engines and a coal tender there. The whole idea is that was going to be quite literally moving terrain for my games of bolt action. Oh wow, that needs to be cobalt blue in there. Somehow that got green. We'll change that. Holy smokes. Let's do that right now. No wonder those leaves. Oh my goodness. Yeah, though, that's already helping a bunch. My goodness, how did that happen there? So thank you so much, Edward. And a little bit more of my cobalt. Gosh, it's still weird to be using this. Again, it's not like it's not an interesting color. It's just, well, it's a Series 4 in Windsor Newtons. I have no idea, you know, what that kind of translates into, say, Williamsburg. My goodness, that would be a hefty amount of cash right there. I mean, if you got the extra scratch to just go ahead and snag a bunch of cobalt blue or something like that, I mean, by all means, have at it. But if you don't, you can sort of get a lot of that same stuff done with the Prussian blue. Prussian blue also is more of a staining color. It's just more utilitarian. You can do more with it. The cobalt blue, not staining whatsoever. But then cadmium colors aren't staining either. Right? It's not like we say, cadmium colors are no good, they don't stain. No, they do something a little bit different, that's all. Do I need to lighten up more here around his eye, like we did on the other side? Maybe just a couple. But the lighter that gets, then his eye starts to lose a little bit of the contrastiness there. So I'm going to take the cobalt blue, possibly a little bit of the Prussian blue, and I'm going to try to get a little bit of dark right in there and some over there. And I'll get that. There we go. Because I think, yeah, we see we have it, plenty of it over there. So punishment is so 36.25, which ironically enough, that is, I don't want to say that's less than I thought it was going to be, but I just keep thinking of quinacridone golden brown, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 50. I think it's something like 46, 47 bucks for a 37 mil tube of the quinacridone golden brown, which, wow. Yeah, if we're ever getting one of those, that means that we had multiple winning lottery tickets, not just one. It means that we must have entered 3 different state lotteries and won all of them. Then we'll get ourselves some quinacridone golden brown. Good grief. Actually, Great Green Fairy, do you think that's something you could get the pigments for and just make it? Ah, boy. Punishment. Oh, gosh. Do I have that in here? Do we have that in here? Because I bought Cobalt Violet, and that was, that didn't work out well. Yeah, I bought Cobalt Violet, and it's almost never been used. There it is. Now, of course, this was in Windsor Newton, which is significantly less expensive. That's a Series 5 right there. Uh, and I think we've tried to use this a couple of times. I don't know, maybe on this guy we should try and use it tomorrow. Yeah, but I'm sure I'll probably be painting him tomorrow, so maybe we'll just have to do that. Might have to see if we can find some kind of use for Cobalt Violet. Because even if I can use it on the one miniature, it might at least make it, I could at least make back the cost of that thing. Yeah, I'm sure. Which of the pigments do you think would be the key that's the pricey one, and that quinacridone golden brown there? Ah, okay. Yeah, punishment, of course. I only have that tiny tube of the quinacridone golden brown from the starter set. What was it? The modern colors starter set, which I don't think it's in there anymore. Now, of course, again, that's I'm not gonna really ever use it again because people are they're gonna want to use it themselves and they're gonna say, wait a minute, what? That costs how much? So yeah, that's in the category of never gonna happen again. So 66 for the cobalt teal. Well, here's hoping it does some really amazing stuff. I'm sure there probably could be really cool things it could do. I'm just doing a little bit of pinline stuff down in here just to restore some deep shadows that we couldn't really do before. Going to get those in here now. There we go. I know you can't really see what was going on. Well, you could see a little bit up there, but it's kind of like what we did over here with the really rich darks, except down here underneath on, well, this little pouch, wind sack, whatever you want to call it. So the cobalt blue is 6, okay. So yeah, not, well, we'll maybe try and combine it with that. Of course, where's was it this guy that had all the, yeah. So maybe we'll try and do that other guy, maybe in this more of a purple type tone and just see if See if we could use the cobalt violet on it. Just I don't know. Can we make it work? Because I got that. I got it because it was one of my favorite watercolors. Only to find out, ooh, look at that little bit of blue right there. Only to find out that as an oil paint, it didn't do any of the things that it did as a watercolor. Same thing for cerulean blue. Kind of the same deal there. I was just so bummed about that. Look at this. See, it's just the tiniest bit of radiant blue there, and all of a sudden the cobalt blue actually covers that. Now, of course, that paint, it's been there a while. It's actually had a chance to set. I would say give that paint about maybe 4 hours of being there, maybe more. So that's like another thing to factor in is just, well, how long did you let that paint set there before you marched back in and tried to add something to it? Because that all makes a difference. What's going on here with some of this? I'm going to maybe simplify a little bit what's going on here. We have a whole bunch of dots there. This is more brushstroke management on a very tiny, minute scale right here. Usually it's a little bit bigger, a little more obvious to see. Here, not quite so much. I'm a little tempted to just, for the heck of it there, yeah, I'm going to throw in just a couple of these cobalt blue dots in here. Not many, just a few. Now look at that. See, that adds a little extra depth in there instead of just a whole bunch of red, doesn't it? It's funny, punishment. Well, we were reading about, what goes into the. Whenever you hear quinacridone and you reading some of the history of it and stuff, it's always like a pigment that people didn't like. Like it wasn't received well. That's when you look up the quinacridone, whether it's quinacridone magenta or whatever, and that's on the Dick Blick site. It'll always say things like, "Yeah, the quinacridone was not received well by artists, so they changed it." Like so, a pigment that was kind of like widely rejected by artists. It's weird because the scale 75 oil paints, I swear there's at least 4 of those 24 colors that have quinacridone magenta in them. Hey, Dirk Danigan, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So it's more of the Archvillain lizards. More Archvillain lizard men. I mean, these are basically sort of like chameleon skinks, only they're gargantuan. Yeah, they're about 2.5 times the size of your average Games Workshop skink. I'm going to throw a few little bits of that blue into there too. And so here's another. We'll be hitting him tomorrow, and who knows? We'll maybe see if we can do something with cobalt blue or cobalt violet, since we are actually using yet again cobalt blue. I know it's hard to imagine. It's twice in the same month for sure. It's usually you're lucky to see it twice in the same year, and yet this month almost twice in the same month. No, 3 times. Technically 3 times. Wow, that's amazing. Dirk Danigan, nice to see you again. I hope that your Friday went well. And hopefully your Saturday's off to a good start. It's only just starting here. It is 12:38. 12:38 in the morning here. We'll kick off with a little bit more of our, some cobalt blue mixed with that radiant blue. I'm gonna go back to the darker cobalt blue here, and then might come back with some of the red for our transition there. Interesting, we're trying to engineer that transition right over a whole bunch of texture as well. Still trying to figure out if there's No, see, I want that turquoise in there because if I use the yellow, it's just going to be mistaken as the gold. So I don't think we'll change that very much. I do have a little bit of the yellow and the green mixed together here. Floating up a little trial balloon on that. Nah, I think we'll just leave it the way it is. We might get a couple of later edges, though, along the feathers here. Yeah, darked in again, the Prussian blue, which is interesting because I do believe its historical thing or interest is that it was the first artificial pigment ever made, the Prussian blue. Leave it to the Prussians. Leave it to the Prussians to create an artificial pigment, and the first one at that. You know what? Maybe I do need some light there. So he doesn't really. Well, it's interesting on this side. They show him having some chompers. Not so much over on this side. Oh, there they are. Okay. Now, of course, I'm hoping to be able to lay my hands on the Prussian blue uh, from Williamsburg at some point, because I'm sure it's going to be really, really super intense, just like the Williamsburg Indigo was practically as intense as Egyptian Violet. Couple more lights here on the underside of the gold. Now we've got some again, these crazy leaves over here. We're going to try and do some lights onto these. I'll only do so much because it is in shadow after all. Now I'm going to come back over here. Well, blue on his foot, sort of ish. Can only do so much there. And now I'll take some of that and even take that and push that around just to tone it down a little bit. That also is a little too light, so we'll take it down a bit. So you can see we've just put a little bit of that cobalt blue down into some of these crevices there. And boy, that I like the look of that. It's really, really, so you almost have to kind of look for it there. All right, you may not notice it just looking at it, but it's there. Provides a little extra depth there. It's also a cooler color, so guess what? Shadows go further back. Not so sure I want to do a bunch of that back here, though. That may not be quite ideal. Because I got plenty of it here, right? And maybe even a bit more there. These guys here, I'm going to try and do a little bit of brush stroke maintenance there. All I'm looking to do is see that blob of light there. I'm just going to take that and same way with this little blob of light here. Just sort of pull it this way. Doji, how you doing? So Doji, we've got cobalt blue going again here, just to see what we can do to push it around. But I think tomorrow, do I have it out? Let me get it. See if I can find it again. Boy, I just had it in my hand. The cobalt violet. We might just give that another try. So again, not so sure that's going to work, but I mean, we paid a ton for this. We've really never painted much of anything with it, so we might just give that a try tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to keep that out so I remember. The old yellow pigment replaced with an orange. Gee whiz, what was the old yellow pigment? Well, I don't know. What was it replaced with? Solid gold or latinum or whatever. Gee whiz, man, that is expensive stuff, isn't it? So yeah, Doji, we've been hitting the cobalt blue here, which has been kind of the theme for her lizards here. Lots of cobalt blue. Nah, those, well, hopefully, so it did work out great. Now, hopefully the wee one was good and tired and still wiped out today so that you could maybe get caught up on a little bit of sleep today. You know what I'm going to do? That was a little too late. I'm going to darken that down. And I might, I don't need to do it as much on this side. Not quite so much. So it made a little bit of a change here on this part of his face. So again, based on what we're doing with this guy here, maybe we see if we can't do, because that was mostly Egyptian violet with some of the radiant violet, and that happened pretty quickly. Again, that's all one piece print there from Archvillain Miniatures, same as these guys right here. Doji, I'm gonna have to print out a whole bunch of this stuff for me, man. I have none of the lizard figures. All of them are just going away because, well, we're trying to raise some funds. So I've got to, I'll start with the Macho Riders. Who knows? I might be printing those on the large format printer just so I can get them all printed up faster. But yeah, I gotta get me my lizard mans back. I need my lizards. And these are just too much fun here. Too much fun. Gotta get my lizards back. Now, punishment, that is rather amusing because, well, first of all, that's one of the big components of this, that real-eyed yellow. There it is, or a real-eyed yellow, there you go. But the real-eyed yellow, I forget what that is. It's in the scale 75 paint, and they have a lot of quinacridone in there, so who knows. And guys, how you doing? Thank you so much for the kind words. And I hope that your Saturday is going well. I know for some folks it's darn near closer to Sunday than it is Saturday. I'm going to just try and do a little bit of a blending here on the leaves. I also putting a little bit of the phthalo green on those leaves too, just to, again, get some differences out here. Now this leaf, first of all, I need to break up that light. But then I need to get some light on the other side. Maybe like this. That might just be, I know, I don't want to go too light. Over there, okay, that might just be enough. So thanks so much for joining us here. What are we, 5 hours in? Yeah, almost 5 hours in. And here's another one. Again, this we'll be painting this one up tomorrow. And I might also, I would really enjoy painting another, at least one more of those elves on elks. Of course, I forgot the darn thing. The one that I painted last night, that's downstairs in the photo area, of course, where I just can't show it to anybody right now. But looking forward to getting the flock and the foliage on that and getting the final pictures of it. All right, Doji. Whoa, that's making me hungry. That sounds really, really, really good right now. Some chow. Can't go wrong with chow. All right, once again, I'm gonna have the brush almost by the back. Look at it, and it's just 2 fingers practically, right? Look at this. 2 fingers. Look, man, no thumbs. See? Look at that. 2 fingers, no thumbs. You will get much more control over the brush. If you got this death grip like this, it's going to be awful hard to handle. Well, the oils, for one thing, get any kind of nice freehand. So a lot of things are going to become very difficult if you got yourself a death grip on that brush. There's a couple, now that I've gotten some of the darks here, so I added a little lights there to pull out that. Also, yeah, we need some right over here. It's basically the cadmium scarlet mixed with some of the radiant magenta, I think. Ah, there we go. That was, yeah, it was like, why is there just a line of scales that have some light on them and then nothing else? That was important. But it kind of started out with restoring some of the darks there. Now, thanks so much, Doji. Appreciate that. And you have a good one, too. And hopefully we see it tomorrow. Which, well, look at that. See, we just kind of on the fly. We created a theme already for the next stream. I mean, it may not go very far because, again, the Cobalt Violet's been kind of a disappointment. But I don't know if I can find some way for it to work. Just like we've kind of brought the Cobalt Blue back to life, maybe. Even if it's just for our Lizardman miniatures. Because, yeah, it was on sale on Dick Blick, and of course it is only Winsor Newton, not Dick Blick, but still, that was not a cheap paint color there. And I would definitely suggest not really bothering with, especially if you're just getting started, definitely don't have to bother getting any of the Cobalt colors. Just get your Prussian blue, use that. It's so much cheaper. You'll be able to do much more with it, especially at the beginning. You get more experience with the oils, you start figuring things out. If you feel like that's something that you could benefit from, well then, go ahead. Especially if the cost doesn't really matter. Is this going to be too dark down in there? No, it will not be. I might need to still go a little lighter. Oh, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Got to thin it down, though. Never really did get the lighter colors on the elbow here and this part of his arm. Yeah, mostly just the darks in there. Yeah, so that blue really does set the red of the carapace separate, but then there's the blue over here too, so we got a lot of nice alternating red and blue together here. I think what could be interesting is if we do the cobalt violet and maybe some phthalo green. And so instead of the blue, maybe we do the phthalo green. That might be interesting. What I'm looking to do here is the tiny little light dots on these gemstones here. We'll see if we can do these. Again, the nice thing about the oils is that you can have this little dot of paint on here and just brush can just sit there, not really moving anywhere, because that little dot of paint on the end of the brush not drying in the bristles. So when people say, oh my gosh, I don't want to ruin my brushes with the oils, quite the opposite. It's the acrylic stuff that just annihilates your brushes because that plastic gets down into the ferrule and it's never coming out of there. With the oils, it really never gets there in the first place. And even if a little does, well, it's going to be a lot easier to clean out of the ferrule because guess what? It didn't dry in there. So we talked about some of those positives of the oils and the fact that the colors are just so much more intense. The darks are darker, ultimately is cheaper, way more durable, which obviously that's maybe a bigger concern with gaming miniatures, but the vast majority of us, that's what we're using them for. So why wouldn't you want the sturdiest of paints for those? All right, Abadu, you have a good one. We'll see you later. So Flight Sim has the voice of God in the house. It's everywhere at once. Flight sim, right? It's everywhere at once. It's Wapple surround sound, which that's the only way to do it, of course, right? So Flight Sim, I hope that you're doing good and still having success with the oil paints. I know that you'd really been going heavy into the oils of lately, which is that's really cool. And hopefully you're having lots of success still. I might just take a little bit of the Prussian blue here, mixed with some of the cobalt. I mean, it's almost like a very dark cobalt blue. It does have a little bit of green in it though. It has just that little touch of greenishness to it. I mean, that's fine, but just something to keep in mind. You can look at pigment numbers. Sometimes I just do that more for raw entertainment than actual information. Because there are times where one company will use this pigment and they call it Prussian blue. Another company will use those same pigments but yet call it ultramarine blue. So you just it's not quite what you're thinking. It can be maybe a bit of a guide once you've really explored the oils, and that's you can start to use that as a bit of a reference maybe. So Dark Dan again, the one person that I did all of the Mears miniature stuff for. Well, that's his army. Well, one of several armies. It's a part of a whole world that he's built. The other person is just strictly for collecting, so it would be hopefully one of the two. Hopefully one of the two. Again, one more looking to use them for games, the other one just looking to have them. And then quite literally has their own personal museum of figures all displayed. And Flight Sim, it's a journey. You start to find out, okay, I like this better. I'm gonna do this. Initially, well, I thought there were certain things I was not gonna be doing with the oils. That ultimately I ended up just doing everything with the oils because it was so much easier with them. But that it just evolves over time. The more you use them, the more different things you try with them. And I know there's things that I do with them now that well, even this thing with the cobalt blue, that's probably something that was only that one miniature just by accident. I just said, let's see what happens when we glaze cobalt blue into this because I didn't really care. And I was so intrigued. I knew I had to try it again, and then we tried it again on one of our lizard man Slan priests, which was this guy. And this was what, about 3 weeks ago ish, something like that. Yeah, about 3 weeks ago. And you can go back and watch this one. This is saved as a highlight on the channel here. So you can go back and watch that. Again, I tried to save all of these. So it's sort of like a YouTube channel. You have that history that you can go back and check out some of those old sessions. Now here, we're going to try anyway to blend that together. Think of it as a micro blending brush. So Flight Sim, well, you can do all the colors with the oils. I mean, they were the original. Long before there was acrylics, there was oils. So you can do all of the colors with the oils. Now, of course, well, they'll still be expensive too. I mean, cobalt blue in acrylics I don't think it's any less expensive than it is as an oil paint. I mean, maybe it is, but it's still going to be pricey because cobalt is still cobalt and cadmium is still cadmium, whether it's acrylics or oils. And of course, the drying time, well, you just factor that in, right? You just say, all right, I'm going to be working on these other things at the same time because Of course, for me, it doesn't really matter because I'm going to be working wet into wet the whole time anyhow. So even that doesn't matter. But the average person usually only has so long to paint, anyways, on a given day or week. And I'll have to set it aside anyway. So that is why on my army painting series, I actually plan on letting the stuff dry in between episodes so that we can be a little bit closer to what the average person is doing, right? A little bit closer to that. Ooh, how's about a little bit lighter there? Ah, more there. So flight sim, what kind of stuff again? Have you been painting with the oils again? I know it. It's if it's been more than 5 minutes, my feeble brain cannot remember, and it's remembering less and less things these days. I will darken that down a smidge more there, and let me see what I can do on these leaves over here to try and create a little more of the proper texture. Same on this one. This is very subtle. It's kind of a greenish brown. Basically just took the Van Dyke brown, mixed it with a little bit of the Perlene black. That's that super dark green, which used to be at one point a printer's ink. So it's another little crazy pigment story right there. And more of our dark green there. This little pouch here with all of the blow darts would just darken the side of that. Be done with that. Now, what about these guys here? Might try and get a little bit more of the cobalt blue, the lighter cobalt blue on the end of that too. Yeah, here. Lighter cobalt, or sorry, well that's mostly just the radiant blue at this point. Painted some test pieces out for the past couple of weeks there. And well, there we go. A couple little lights there. Because I remember you coming into the chat there and saying that you're getting that feel for the applications on the oil. Which again, it's going to be helpful too, even when going back to the acrylics. That idea that, well, less is more is way too much, and also that gentle grip on the brush, because that's actually really important for the acrylics too. It's not just an oil painting thing. It's extra crucial when it comes to the oil painting, but it's really helpful when it comes to the acrylics too. And yes, I still have to use acrylics sometimes when there's a deadline or whatever. It's like, look, it's got to be packed, put in the box now. Well, then I use acrylics. But that very, 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 very rarely ever happens. It's happened maybe 4 times or so. And you kind of work with it. You deal with it. What kind of light do we've got going on here? On the fingers there. That is too much of the light blue. I'm gonna change that at least to the red here. Yeah, that just makes more sense. It was all of a sudden, it's like, what is that weird little light blue dot doing there? Again, gotta be willing to make those changes. And of course, with the oils, there was one point where, oh yeah, it was these, when I realized, oh, those aren't leaves, those are feathers. And I just took one of these and just wiped away the paint that was there. It was faster than trying to just paint over it. I said, nah, just wipe it away and we'll begin anew. All right, there's the radiant magenta. Little bit of the brilliant yellow pale. I'm gonna see with these little guys on his, basically his nose here. If making those a lighter red, yeah, I think that works. Also, it does separate it now a bit from the feathers. I'm gonna take this same more orangey version here, see if I can lighten up these couple of scales underneath the nose. Again, too much might be too much. And that can happen so fast. That, boy oh boy, I need to actually come back in with the perline black, maybe a touch of the Van Dyke brown here. Yeah, there's probably like a support, little support thing that must have gone right there. Now here, some more dark. Just trying to distinguish some of those leaves right there. So again, that is the, we're sort of making like a sap green. Now, of course, you know what we should do? We should bring the umber out. Yes, the return of umber. Always respect the umber. And cobalt violet. It'll be a weird color challenge, but maybe that's what we'll do on our Saturday. So now, of course, on the 30th, which I think is actually a Monday. No, that's a Saturday, I think. This figure right here, it's I think it's like a Kickstarter or something that's happening. We're gonna make a base for this guy, and we'll be painting him up, like I said, on the 30th of April, which I do believe is a Saturday. Yeah, because May 2nd is Monday, and that's when I'm gonna be painting, well, an Archvillain figure, one of their May releases. Gonna have to remind them, hey, get me that file so that I can print the darn thing. Because that, well, depending on which file it is, it could take a little while to make that happen. Again, using that dark green and our Van Dyke brown together. It not only makes that really dark green that much darker, but it does warm it up a little bit. Now here I have been sneaking in a little bit of phthalo green on some of the leaves. Guess what? To actually give them a little bit more of a warmth to them. A little bit more warmth. So I'm going to keep doing that. More phthalo green here. And see these leaves right down here? A little bit of that cooler green in there. And let me see. I want to make sure you can see that. I'm having a tough time seeing it, but I think you can. All right, we'll get more of this on the brush here. And look at this leaf over here. More of that cooler green. Now back to this dark green. That is the perline black. Mix a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. And there you go. Now here, as I look at this, I think you can see that. So I'm going to take this blending brush here. It's like a micro blending brush. Look at what I just did there. I didn't add any paint. There's no paint on this brush. I just took the paint that was sitting there and just dragged it down this way, and you can see it's a nice, it's much softer, smoother edge right there. Down here, not going to do too much because I'm thinking that I want to have more, just the foliage doing some work in that area. I'm going to take some indigo, mix it with that phthalo green there, and I'm actually going to put some of that also onto these rocks over here. Remember that's the violet that we put over here? Look at this. Now we got phthalo green here. Green and violet together, they make gray. So when you have them on the same surface, even if they're sort of separated from each other, guess what? The eye just kind of looks at that and says, yeah, that's gray, even though it's not. Even though one side actually is essentially green and the other side is more of a violet. Your eye will look at that and just sort of blend them together on its own. That's one of those optical delusions that we create. We are optical delusionists. You basically want that viewer to see things the way you want them to see it. You're in control of their eyes. Think of it that way. You can make them see it the way you would like them to. You just have to make it happen. That's especially important when you're either doing one of those contest type figures, you're doing some army painting or something like that. Now, Flight Sim, if you had just a little bit more time to get into the painting and such of over the last month or so, maybe the schedule is kind of not quite so crazy, because it seems like you've definitely been able to dive more into the painting and such. I know that schedules, they can change, they can get pretty darn crazy. Look at that, adding a little bit more of that phthalo green in there. Oh, what's happening up there? I don't think we'll mess around too much with that. Now here we could have, I don't know, if we did these more like as a bronze or something, could have put some patina on there, but we already have plenty of greens working their way around here. I'm going to use this. Actually has a little bit of that Terra Rosa on there. See it, it's actually blending with the color there. So sometimes a brush that actually has paint on it could still sort of be used as a blending brush. This right there, I'm going to actually take the brown matter. It's not so much about wanting it to be brown, right? Because wood, especially wood that's exposed to a whole lot of water, well, it ain't going to be brown. It's going to be just more like gray. Here, I just want actually the warmer reddish tone to separate where that green is there. That's the big thing. And again, all of this here, was that 5 hours, 22 minutes ago, there was no paint on this at all. None whatsoever. All of the little details here, all the stuff you see. Now, I think that the one tomorrow probably won't take as long as this one, maybe, because, well, now we know what we want to do on the base here, right? And we know what some of this stuff is. I was still trying to, like these, like, oh, they're feathers. Yay, okay, that's what they are. Still took a little while to figure that out, and now they're each one is a little bit different than the next, I think, maybe. Maybe a little bit different there, but yeah, we'll try and do more of a violet slash green color scheme on that, perhaps. Just for reasons. Going back over here to this is the radiant green. It's actually something I use an awful lot in my non-metallic colors. So a couple of lights here, but we've got a lot of warmer light greens. This is actually kind of a more intense light green, but also it's got a little bit of cooler tone to it. And I'm just looking to, there we go, get that wasn't quite in the right direction where that texture was looking. What's happening with more of this light? Oh, right here. Yes, right here on this. I knew there was one of these leaves. I looked at it and said, oh boy, we're running a little shy on some of the actual leaf texture there. Here too, we've got, see, a lot of it is just too much the same. I'm gonna actually maybe, yeah, so I'll just take the, see, that was the turquoise there. popped it onto that leaf. What's going on down here? These are... All right, don't want to get too much light down here. Obviously, we like to focus it up here, right? And let this be a little bit more in the shadows, of course. Flight sim. Now, is there anything specific you wanted to do color scheme wise on your Marines? Any sort of, actual, like whatever the regular chapters are, or you just want to do a flight sim chapter? Just do your own chapter of Marines, which is really fun. And I guess if you are, is there any sort of a theme, any sort of a specific color theme that you would want to do on your own Marines there? What are we going to do? I'm going to take this because somehow we never did finish this thing. Okay, let's perch my finger right up there. Might have been a raid or something when I was painting that a little bit there. We have had a few raids. Captain Madlove, Dr. Rhino, of course, and thank you so much, everybody, for those raids. I know that Captain Madlove is long since gone to sleep, but everybody, please, I'm sure if you're up at this time, you're already following Dr. Rhino, but also think about giving Captain Madlove that follow. Okay, so this is starting to evolve here. It was starting to look a little bit like he was just blowing onto a turnip or something there. So we had to make some course corrections on this thing a few times. Just wasn't quite sure what some of the things were. This is almost, gosh, phthalo green mixed with some of our brilliant yellow pale there. Here even on the eyes there, you could take some kind of gloss coat or water effect or something, put that on the eyes instead of trying to paint in the little highlight there. I mean, that there would be nothing wrong with that. I've certainly done that. There are advantages to it because it's going to track, wherever the light is, that little highlight on the eye is always going to track. That's going to be, well, first of all, too late, and also I wanted this to be a bit warmer green there. Now I'll take some of this and almost try to tone down, because that leaf just wasn't looking really green enough there. I think here I need to, I'm going to get me some more of the cobalt blue in there. Probably the middle tone of that. Something like this. Let's see, because we got some of the red that sort of snuck down in here, but yeah, okay, that's what we needed. I thought so. Now, if that gets too light, then our the shadow stuff on our leaves, or our highlights on our leaves, not gonna look so light. That is why I always tell folks just to have more of the neutral type primer color. Not too light, not too dark, not too heavy towards one color or another, because that's gonna fool. Talking about optical delusions, you're gonna fool yourself into thinking, oh my gosh, that color I put on there, that is so dark. Yeah, no, it looks that way because the primer is so darn light. And it can work the other way too. You say, man, that color is super light, and that's just because you put black primer on there or something. I will take black primer and mix it with other things. I might take the black primer and mix it with the orange or something, the light orange. Might take the black primer, mix it with the dark green, and make sort of a greenish gray, but will not be using the straight up black primer. Not even on terrain. Well, especially not with the oils. And boy, I'm hoping that new whenever I can get the new telephoto lens, maybe that'll allow for things like terrain, because I'll be able to just, I won't have to have the camera 10 feet away from where I'm trying to show it. That could be very fun. Now I'm back to the somewhat lighter cobalt here. Taking some of the cobalt blue, mixing it with the radiant blue. So we'll see what happens when we combine cobalt violet with things like the radiant magenta and radiant violet. Can the radiance work yet another miracle? That's probably another reason why the cobalt blue has sort of come back again. It's assisted by the radiance, which we just didn't have before. We didn't have the radiance before, so oh boy. See, I don't want to put too much of a light blue here, but that down there on his foot, I'm gonna see if that's gonna be too light. No, I don't think so. I think we're good there. There's a couple of little lighter blue dots. You can't see what I'm adding there, but I think you can see, yeah. You can see the difference of the couple of little bit of the blue that works its way up. Here, couple of things we could do. We could make it just darker, right, with our uh, magenta and violet, or do we take some of our blue and put that into that area? But first, I'll do this. We're going to take the quinacridone magenta with the Egyptian violet. We'll thin that down. And that's going to go right here. You see this here? So I'm going to start with that. I don't know if I really want to do any more of the blue there. I think no. We'll just let the dark do its thing there. So the flight sim chat. So flight sim, are you going to create well, like a pair of flight wings? Yeah, you'll have to have just a pair of flight wings there on their shoulder pads and stuff. So you can do your own flight sim chapter. Of course, again, we had a blast doing this, and I'll still try and do more with that. Maybe some regular Marines to go with those, and well, probably some bikes. I could do some bikes, and not. I don't really have any rhinos yet. Most of the vehicles that I have, well, there's a 30K, I think, Space Marine vehicle. Maybe I could do that. Let's separate these here. So, and then maybe the end of the blowpipe. I want to just take this here. That's that, well, look at that. Some of the violet mixing with our tan, almost a bit like an ochre there. Do we need to go? Yeah, let's put some lights over here. That got a little too light. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this blending brush, Van Dyke Brown here. Once again, do some dry brush stuff. Most likely what I'm going to be sticking in there is some foliage anyhow. So I'm better off just having this be darker here. And again, it is just a bit of a dry brush. That's all it is. Just a bit of dry brush. Now, of course, with the oils, it doesn't mean the same thing as acrylics because it's blending the whole time with the color that already exists here. It's blending that whole time. I was thinking about popping in some lighter colors down in this area, but there's a nice little bit of dramatic lighting that happens with these tree roots here. Now, this is 3D printed, but I also do have, as part of my Patreon page and even on the YouTube channel, I've got some videos where we take the epoxy sculpt and we actually sculpt physically things like that, and that you can see it here. So take a look here at these two. Come on, that's my epoxy sculpt that actually sculpted here. You can see how it wraps around the Sculpey, so very similar to what we've got here. So that was, again, just did this with the epoxy sculpt, very much like what's here. Again, that is a 3D printed piece from Archvillain. And I've done that many times, created those tree roots like that. That's pretty darn fun doing that kind of stuff. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting that link. Appreciate that. Now this is a bit of a dirty magenta right here. And I want to throw that right around these spikes here, sticking out of his back. Do I want to lighten these more, darken them? Don't know. I was actually going more towards the yellow side on this, wouldn't I? It's got a little bit of the brown matter in it. Actually, geez, it's still got a little bit of the quinacridone magenta in it. But let me see what happens when we take this right along here. Yeah. These guys, can you see it? You can. Okay, a couple of things. Liner brush, right? That's when you're using those spotter brushes, you can't literally just paint like this, right? You pretty much only can work like that. Also, too, again, look at, I got to go through the tail, through the branch. How am I doing that with a death grip on the brush, right? That I can't get to that. However, if I do this hand more towards the back of the brush than the front of the brush, guess what I can do here? I mean, this is easy. I got no problems reaching all this stuff here. As I mix a little bit of the radiant yellow with, well, whatever's sitting there. Yeah, Flight Sim, we're kind of in the palette sludge phase, right? Because palette sludge, that's one of our favorite colors. And sometimes it's just like the pre-glazed slurry, whatever is kind of laying around from that, ends up on the brush and maybe getting mixed with a radiant or something. Back when I was doing the watercolors, we actually specifically would have a phase where we would take what we called palette sludge, just whatever was laying around on the palette, and we would do some glazes over the top of maybe some of our brighter colors just to tone those down and maybe unify them. Yeah, sell them as a pre-glazed slurry. That just sounds so appetizing to the folks that are those neat painters, right? Wait a minute, I'm using a slurry. What's going on here? I don't like this. And that's what it was. Think of it, gosh, almost like a filter, right? Some of the vehicle painter guys, they would do some kind of ambush camo, splinter camo, whatever camo on a vehicle, and then they would hit it with the filter, and it would sort of lighten up the dark parts of the camo, and it would darken down the lighter parts, and vice, all that kind of stuff. And that's almost a little bit like what we were doing now here. This is just some straight up brush stroke management. Even though there's paint on that brush, still using it like a blending brush here and over here. Oh gosh, and up here too. Wow, we didn't really do too much there. So let's take some of this and do something right here maybe. Again, that's got a little bit of the radiant yellow in there. Color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, right? And thank you so much for that follow. We have Goron. Hello, thank you so much for that follow. If I pronounced that correctly. Hello, little bit. Oh my gosh. You're still gonna shoot me, huh? It's like, well, I don't know. It's like you're on fire already, so I kind of feel sorry for you. It's like, what? I'm on fire. This just gets worse and worse for me here. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Boy, poor Gandalf. He's always getting abused. I'm telling you. I gotta go back here. Yeah, that's the brilliant. No, not brilliant yellow pale. That is the radiant lemon. Yes, haven't used that in a while. So we're a little bit that down here again. Now the idea is to have that light cascading down this way to this one onto these elements, right? Oop, there's a little bit down here that we haven't done. Again, just to indicate something there. That is just too much of a light without something next to it here. Let me grab that Yellow again. There we go. Again, that cascade of light coming down here. And it should be interesting when we add the moss to it, but I really do like the Terra Rosa that ended up on some of those branches there. What do we got here? More of our... Yeah, let's go back to this radiant green again. And I'm still trying to get a couple of the final brightest highlights on some of these areas I want the green. Here I had to kind of wait for the paint to set. What about up here? Let me see what happens with just the radiant green. I mean, up here we did the phthalo green with some white, but boy, that's still not as potent as the radiant green, which is interesting because what we're just saying, well, I'll just take some white, mix it with phthalo green. It's not quite the same. There might be one extra little bit in there. Also, it could be the way the paint is ground. I never really thought of that before, just didn't realize it, but yeah, sometimes there can be a big difference in paints just the way they're ground. Maybe they're ground finer, maybe they're not ground as fine, and that could have a big difference in the way the color appears. Some of these things even do apply in acrylics too, but especially so with the oils because they are just so much more luminous. The darks are darker. You only have to see the Wapelli Spellbrush figure to, I mean, that just really punches you in the face. Just says, looky here. Look at how much deeper and richer the oil paints are. And we can show it just here very quickly. Here is the Wapelli Spellbrush that we painted just last week on our stream anniversary. And here you can see how the darks are so much darker here. There's no black there. That's just indigo and Van Dyke brown. And you can see that the intensity of the grains, everything more intense with the oils than with the acrylics. You couple that in with the extra durability and all the other stuff, and ultimately the fact that it is cheaper to be used in the oil paints. I mean, you could get contrast paints at $8 a jar, or you get yourself a 37 milliliter tube of, say, indigo, and that will last you forever. You'll never have to buy another one. The contrast paint doesn't really last as long, does it? Usually not, as we add a little bit of the, brown matter. Where's that? A little bit of orange there. Ah, there we go. Yeah, there was more yellow than new. I want to get more orange in there. Well, looky here. We've got ourselves a sommelier. Now, not necessarily a wine sommelier, but we have paint water sommelier. Tasting all the paint water, making sure that it tastes just right, that it has that extra body and flavor to it. And thank you so much, Japanolia. Appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. Yep, you're on fire too. He's like, bummer. So thank you so much for that file. That was a little bit of Gandalf right there. Yeah, little Gandalf. So paint water smile. How you doing? Nippon. Man, that's been a while. Jeez Louise. So paint water, how the heck are you doing? Hey, paint water, guess what? The return of cobalt blue to the palette. Well, it started here, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, maybe, with this guy. Again, these are all from Archvillain 3D prints. And we did some cobalt blue in the shed. We kind of glazed it in and did some here. And here on this, colossal size skink, we've been doing some cobalt blue there. So that's been pretty fun, I gotta say. And happy Friday to you there, Paint Water. And of course, well, we're also painting things maybe a little bit more subdued color-wise. I think this was 2 weeks ago we painted up these guys. right there. I think it was another Saturday stream. Those are from Song of Ice and Fire. So paint water only needs 25 more followers. So yeah, let's do. Yeah, if we can get paint water to that that next level there, we can get paint water a hype train. It's been a while since we've had a chance to do a hype train for somebody. Now the folks were very generous here. We were able to do a hype train earlier in the stream, but maybe we can get one going for paint water. So paint water, I know you just finished the stream, but if you do have some work in progress photos or something on your Discord, Instas, whatever, you want to pop that into the chat. I'm sure people would get a kick out of seeing that. And yeah, we did a whole bunch of these. Oh, there's our crazy one with the water. What's nice is that was a one-piece print. Yeah, print it once, take off the supports, stick them on the base, and paint them. Oh, thanks, Paint Water. Oh, and we did something crazy on this. This is one of our latest tutorial videos here. Half of this is painted in true non-metallic, and half of it's painted in true metallic. It was perfect because it's so symmetrical, right? So yeah, half of that is non-metallic and half is true. Just to kind of show that while the same principles apply, doesn't matter whether it's one or the other. What makes one work is the same thing that makes the other successful. So I was hoping that that could be a nice little lesson for folks. Yeah, neat pot. Now this one hasn't gone up on the channel yet. This or the Patreon page. This is the newest video. This will go up, well, actually later today. This is a Dark Sword miniature painted with those new Scale 75 oil paints. That was kind of the first true test. And then, oh, where's my, here we go. This is the newest army painting series right here. That was the Highland miniatures. Wow, really enjoyed painting those guys. It was a challenge. That was one heck of a challenge painting those guys. Man, there was lots of freehand on those. Wow, there's a little bit of everything on those guys. Now here, what I need is a little bit of darks and also some sharper edges here. Well, paint water. Yeah, I mean, you know here that, and of course, I wish I had the other figure here, but this one was done in TMM, right? But yet you can see all the reflected light and all done in oils. Even the banner is metallic. The cloak has metallic freehand on there. But then we painted another guy in that basically same color scheme, but painted it as non-metallic. So Nippon, for me, I'm really not gonna. I can't use them on stream and in my well, especially on stream because they're just they have so much linseed oil in them that they're really shiny. Now, in the video here that I shot, this was the first video for the Patreon page using them. Just the Army Painter Anti-Shine, go over the top, it will kill all the shine. So unlike things like the Abteilungs and the Senolet oil paints, which no amount of stuff could cure, you can get rid of the shine. Now they will dry slower. This is if you're just using the scale 75s. So if you're using maybe the radiant paints with them, they will dry a little faster and obviously more matte. They just have a ton of linseed oil in them because that's kind of how they sort of create the smoother oil paints, right? So that it's more like acrylic or whatever. I don't know. Uh, but there's also a couple of colors that you could, in theory, substitute if you're overseas and you can't get Williamsburg, at least not reasonably as far as cost. Now, again, cost-wise, maybe for some folks, that's not even a matter. Now, you're also going to have you will have a carrying case for them. There's that. Um, Eventually, you sort. Now, of course, I'm getting used to paints that have that extra linseed oil in there. So I'm getting better accustomed to just knowing how to deal with that and kind of overcome that extra bit of the linseed oil. So the dark sword miniature, that wasn't too bad to paint, I have to say. Again, you just kind of have to know that there's that extra linseed oil in there. Also, too, there's no staining colors outside of Prussian blue. There are no staining colors. There's very few colors that don't have white mixed in them, which means, well, no staining possibilities there. So for some folks, again, I mean, I wouldn't ever suggest using any one type of paint exclusively. Now, I don't do that. I use Williamsburg, Gamlin, and Winsor Newton, almost split down them, three ways, almost at 33% for each one of those paint lines. So don't necessarily restrict yourself, and maybe you just get a few of them. Now again, I had the 24 color set, so I was trying to I'm gonna go through the set, focusing on different color schemes, maybe featuring different colors. See, uh, there might be some colors we just learn a little something about, just like we've been learning about the cobalt blue, things that I didn't really know about it as an oil paint. Again, I kind of thought of it as more of a watercolor and then realized, nope, I've got to think of it more like it's an oil paint, not like the old days of the watercolors. Yeah, so Dirk Danigan, like you said, if you've got a whole bunch of the artist oils, I'm not really sure you need to get into those. They like I said, they're let's see, the Mig Gamma oil brushes. The thing about those is that they did not, they were very flat. They didn't dry shiny at all. And they also, now they had alkyds in them, so that's what made them dry faster. And actually, Silimas, that was one of the, believe it or not, that's one of the keys to those paints that have so much of the linseed oil in them. Is you thought I didn't put much paint on the brush here, with the regular stuff. Oh my gosh, you have to have even less paint with those. Now, of course, you don't necessarily have to maybe thin down the paint so much because all of that linseed oil, in effect, kind of thins it down for you. But I mean, we kind of know how to control that ourselves now, right? So again, Silly Moss, they put that linseed oil in there to make the paint feel smoother. So it almost feels more like miniature paint out of the jar. But again, we know how to thin our paints, so we can just do that ourselves. We don't need the extra linseed oil. Now, the other thing I learned when I was making my own homemade fluorescent oil paints, if I put too much linseed oil in there, or if I don't have it stirred up very well, it'll be very it'll be very shiny and it'll take a long time to dry. It'll end up the same, but that's kind of what happens with those paints where they add a ton of the linseed oil. But geez, Megan, didn't know you were still around. Wow, it's like 2:43 in the morning there. So, well, you have yourself a good night because it's 1:43 in the morning here. It's a 1:43, so you have a good night there, Megan. Gee whiz, I didn't know you were still awake. Thank you so much, as always. And, well, hopefully you can enjoy a little bit more of this weekend. So silly mass, it's not necessarily good or bad. It's just that's what's going to happen. You're going to get extra shiny, or it's going to take longer to dry. Some folks say they might like that. That might be something that they actually want. And I actually do know some folks that prefer the shininess. They actually prefer that it takes a long time to dry. They're okay with that. For me, it's very different because I'm filming, I'm streaming. That's a whole different set of parameters. And shininess is no good when you're trying to film or stream stuff because nobody can see anything. And that's a little bit detrimental to the lesson at hand, but most people, guess what? I mean, they're not doing that. So they don't have that concern to worry about. Again, that's why I try and say these are the things that for me are important. Something very different could be important to somebody else. Doshi is back after some chow. So it's all going to depend on what you want to get out of those paints. Again, for me, I like the Williamsburg because of the intensity of the Williamsburg paints. Other folks, they might just say, well, that's just too expensive for me. And then there's other colors that I use that are actually, well, on the cheaper side, even though maybe there's a more expensive Williamsburg alternative because that cheaper paint just might have some certain property that I'm looking for. Maybe a pre-glaze property, something else, whatever. Do I want to lighten these all that much more? Probably not. Too much there. Do I need to sneak any more Terra Rosa in here? I might just do that. Terra Rosa. A little bit of the brown matter. And we're going to put this in here. And we're also going to say thank you so much to, we got an anonymous gifter. Wow, that's, usually we have anonymous cheerers. Remember the anonymous cheerer? Here we got ourselves the anonymous gifter. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter. Appreciate that. Because guess what? Even though that's just some Gatorade, yeah, that's just Gatorade. There's no medicine left. Medicine's all gone. Oh, Dealey gets a gift sub too. So thank you so much, anonymous. Appreciate that. Looky here. You know what? Yeah, know what? I'm gonna do that over here too. It's not about. I'm not changing the light or dark. I'm just trying to actually get some of the Terra Rosa, a little bit of this orangey red. Just sort of dry brushed in there. Why? Because we got the phthalo green right next to it. We got the violet over here. So Silima is just like the brilliant yellow pale. There's something about the brilliant yellow pale that I've tried other combos, they just don't do. The radiant paints, there's something about those darn things. They're not expensive. They're only a series 2, so not expensive. But for whatever reason, there's just a couple of things that they do. Don't really know what exactly is in them that makes those different things a property. But they're very handy, very very handy. I'm gonna just hold this. Speaking of some of the radiants, that's got the radiant magenta in it. So Dark Danigan, it's all about the pigment, and there are very few pigments that are powerful enough, like the Egyptian violet, the indigo, and that just it all goes down to the original pigment that's in there. And then of course anything, if you throw white in it, you can kiss all of the staining goodbye. So as soon as there's white in a color, that's gone. So you can dismiss any color that's got white in it, which unfortunately is lots and lots of colors. Because there's a ton of colors that basically just have some white mixed in them. And again, those are not going to have any staining properties because of that white that's mixed in. So if you had yourself a jar of Egyptian violet pigment powder, well, who knows? Maybe you got some staining there. Otherwise, again, there's maybe a dozen possible colors that have any real staining properties. Maybe not even that many, maybe 10. Earth tones that aren't uh, Terra Rosa, forget about it. Basically, outside of Perline Black and Phthalo Green, there's really no other greens that have any staining properties to them. But then it doesn't matter. I mean, here, we use Prussian Blue and Phthalo Green as the stain there. We use the Egyptian Violet here. Again, over here was the Indian Yellow. You don't need, as long as you have a staining red, a staining yellow, and a staining blue to some degree, that's kind of all you need. Because it's all the other colors that come afterwards that's what's going to really provide the life to it. The staining is just to kind of get that underway. And just think about it, if you watch some of the really old videos, and by really old, I mean older than 4 years ago or 3 years ago, the only staining color I used was raw umber. That was it. That was the maybe Payne's Gray or something. Those were the only. Well, Payne's Gray doesn't have any staining properties to it. Neither does raw umber really. But those are my pre-glazed colors. Obviously, things have changed just a wee bit since then. That's for sure. And yeah, that's always going to be the case with the staining stuff. Very few colors really are going to fall ever into that range. And it's okay because we just don't need that many. We really don't. How did I not get any of the lighter red over here? Guess it's good that I noticed now. I'm not even sure. I guess you could. Yeah, you could see that there, working its way down there. So tempted. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna add a little bit of our blue. I wasn't going to at first, but I'm gonna take some of that cobalt blue and maybe do a little bit here. I don't want to make it look like there's a pattern on his back, but I think that would be more interesting than just the darker red there. See right there, there was probably a pre-glaze of, I think that was the quinacridone magenta Egyptian violet there. And I think there was even a little bit of a red, touch of fanchon red went into that pre-glaze. Now again, there's only a handful. There's phthalo green, phthalo blue, indigo, well, basically diazonine violet. So the list is short and the list is simple. It's just those. I haven't really messed around with, say, alizarin crimson to see if that actually any staining properties. So I don't think it does, because I think Stila has used alizarin crimson, and I don't think he found it there. Yeah, Dark Dan again. It's like stained then radiant. It's sort of like, was it the underpants gnomes? Yeah, the radiance and the staining. It's like the underpants gnomes. Doji, yep, we use Prussian blue all the time. That's why it wiped out cobalt blue and cerulean blue and phthalo blue and all those other blues, because it has the most staining property of all of the blues. Well, indigo is not really a blue, really. So that is now, of course, I don't have the Williamsburg Prussian blue. The Still waiting on the Adepticon funds; those have not come in yet. So any sort of paint orders, especially of stuff that's not vital, those are not gonna get made for a while yet. Okay, a little bit of blue in the darks there, but regular the Prussian blue from Gamlin. Prussian blue from Gamlin. Let me see if I can find that here. That is there it is. This is pretty intense with the staining, really is, and that's why it just wiped out those other colors, because, well, cobalt blue doesn't do it at all, and it costs a ton. Cerulean blue doesn't do that at all, costs a ton. Phthalo blue is staining, but why would I need a whole nother extra color? when all I need is just Prussian blue. Yeah, and phthalo green. Okay, phthalo green is staining. Well, that's a little different. That's a much different color, obviously. We actually right here we actually got some of the cobalt and some of the phthalo green mixed together. That's making sort of a cobalt teal. Doji, I was really disappointed because that was actually in my cart. I was all set to get that. Then, well, also too, I didn't realize that $65 was the free shipping plateau that you need to get to because I went to 60 and still didn't have free shipping. So I thought, oh, I guess they just stopped doing that. And then the boards, the illustration boards that were in my cart, I went to try and do it again. They're out of stock now. So we'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait on that. Yeah, a little bit of the phthalo green on some of these leaves here, just for funsies. Yeah. This one out here, we're sort of missing. Missing the light on that. I know we got it right over here, don't we? Yeah, we do. We'll just grab this. That's pretty much what we're using that for. This is right along this line right here, the spine of that leaf. Good enough. So yeah, because Doshi, I really enjoyed the the Williamsburg Indigo. It was very different than and super staining, even more staining than the Winsor Newton Indigo. And I mean, it's interesting. Why does one have more of a staining property to it than the other? They're both indigo. Yeah, and they're also two very different colors. One's more of a green, and one is a little bit more neutral, for sure. Almost got more red in it by comparison. All right, there's that phthalo green. Let's a little bit more of that here. Uh, yeah, a bit more down here. Why not? I guess we're kind of stippling that on. Part of it is there's a rough surface there. But that is one way. So you don't want to necessarily have to dive into the thin over thick and vice versa. Sometimes you can just sort of stipple that paint on there. Boy, I really wish I had the elk doji because we were able to get that fur texture on there fairly nicely. Now again, this one here, doji, we'll try the cobalt violet on this. Oh, and burnt umber. So we're going to bring back some burnt umber for the first time in a while. And this, good grief, I've used this maybe twice so far. Once in a color chart and once on a miniature, and it just failed so horribly. Yeah, Nippon. Now they have changed that a couple of times. It's like they almost know what colors we're getting out of it, and they would slowly, like the brilliant yellow pale or the fanchon red, they would take one of those colors out of it. So Dano, you're gonna have to remind me to get. Well, put that on the list of things. I mean, I have a million tubes of burnt umber. Well, not a million, but I could. I'll just use the other ones for terrain painting, and then maybe we'll try the Williamsburg burnt umber. And now, is that with leaving it on there for a bit? For a 5 minute spell, 10 minute spell, or is that just diving in and wiping away straight off? All right, you know what? I think I'll get a little bit of the dark under here. These guys, not so. Actually, this is a place where I would be putting the burnt umber. Actually, is here. So yeah, he's got the same spines on him. So could be interesting to do some of the burnt umber on this too. Why not? Yeah, Doji. The like I was saying before, the main reason I stopped using them is just because of the cost, and I didn't want people to have to really, if they see me doing that, and a video or something, and they say, oh, I want to paint my army like that, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute, I got to buy that. So that was the only reason. Well, and that, and obviously Prussian blue was a much less expensive alternative. So I emphasize that. On stream here, it's a little different because, well, this has been 6 hours here. I have some time to explain that I just don't have in a 100 or 120-minute long video. Yeah, those sound long, but when you're showing every single brushstroke, you'll be amazed at how quick that 2 hours goes by. And that's I try to also framework the tutorial videos based on kind of what the average person maybe gets a chance to spend painting in an average work session, which seems to be around 2 hours. Oh, you got the barrels. So Dano, you were able to get some of the barrels then that Stila has, and of course everybody, please give Stila Rebel a follow because Stila also streams the oils. So Stila and Grim and Drax and Teals sometimes also will stream the oils. So be sure to give all those good folks follows. And of course, you're not going to remember any of those names or how to spell them, but just a suggestion. Oh, you know what? That needs my micro blending brush here. Oh, Dano. Well, that's great. I wasn't sure if you had gotten some of those and then modified them, but you just made your own because, well, never mind. You can do that. Sorry, Dano. It's been 6 hours. And actually, I think we're going to probably be, if Jinx is still streaming, we might raid that way. And Jinx is still streaming, so I think we might just head over Jinx's way. So yeah, the brain is starting to fade as I'm just mixing up people in the chat, getting confused. And I think we've got, well, that's no good down there. I think we made ourselves a nice, crazy color scheme out of this Archvillain guy right here. Wow, this is pretty wild. I don't know, maybe I'll have to print one of these things smaller, see if I could. Well, that would be a little bit too small, I think, for some of the details. But yeah, we got this guy here that we're going to try and paint tomorrow. Oh, thanks, Dano. Yeah, Doshi, it's like a it's like a TARDIS. It's longer on one session than it is in the other, instead of smaller on the ins or outside than it is on the inside. And thanks so much, Dano. Appreciate that. And well, we'll try and catch everybody tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the bitses and the subs and the cheers. And thanks to Captain Madla for the raid and the donation. Also, thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all that moderation stuff because that is, and he's been here the whole 6 hours, 12 minutes. Oh, thanks, Nippon. And thanks for all the raids, everybody. Really appreciate that. Here, we'll get this started here. We'll get our countdown going. Now, this was really a blast. Again, tomorrow, I guess, Cobalt Violet and Burnt Umber. So yeah, tomorrow, hopefully somewhere between 4 and 5, I think, as our start time. So thanks, Doji. We'll see ya tomorrow, I'm sure. Thanks again, everybody.